Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 410. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you today, my friend. How are you today?
I'm well. I made myself an unusually large breakfast today because I had time. I was like, I'm gonna make eggs, bacon, pancakes.
Wow.
The whole 9 yards.
It's like a sitcom breakfast.
Yeah. I don't normally put that much effort because it's just me, Why the fuck would I care? It's just as long as I'm getting proteins or whatever. I don't, it's fine. I usually just go make an egg. And that's fine.
Pancakes are annoying to make, but they're so good.
Yeah, they're good. When you get when you can make them with the crust. You know what I'm talking about? The crust on the edge.
Yeah.
That's the best
kind
shit.
of the way not Waffle House. Why can't I think of it? Cracker Barrel does their pancakes like that, kind of thin, crispy-ish.
Yeah.
A flapjack.
I'm not big on the standard diner pancake where there's kind of no, I don't know, it's like a beige kind of patty and it's just kind of it's a little, you need syrup or other things going on, but when you get that golden crust, man, it's delicious.
Hell yeah.
It's good
and
shit.
Then you cover it in fake maple syrup. I don't want any of the real maple syrup. We got to get the log cabin in there. We got to get the Aunt Jemima in there.
Right.
Whatever. The first time I went to Canada when I was a little kid, and my dad actually bought this thing of syrup, and I was aghast by it. I was like, this shit sucks. These people are so proud of their shit that they have a fucking maple leaf in their flag, and it's fucking give me the corn syrup, fake syrup all day. Yeah, I love that. Well, did you get a haircut?
I did. I finally did it. I woke up one day and I just couldn't get the hair out of my face. And I swear to God, I would push it away. And somehow there would be a rogue strand bothering me. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. And on a whim, I ran to the closest barber. And
dropped everything.
I straight up dropped. I didn't even leave with my wallet because I was like, I can't find it, but it's fine. Because you can just pay with your phone now. But I was just, I snapped and I was just I can't do it anymore. And I sat down and the guy was like, what do we want? And he said, I just need short hair, please. I didn't say oh, give me a 2 on the side or something. I didn't show him a picture. I was just I must be rid of this.
Whatever you want, man. You should have said.
Yeah, just get rid of this.
Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
Good. I think I'm finally not fully recovered from the sickness. Maybe the hantavirus. Was I patient zero?
Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah. I haven't really read too much about that. What's going on with that? Are we gonna have some sort of bullshit with that too?
My sense of the situation, professional Dustin Furman, outbreak monitor, seems like a little fear mongering going on. Not that there should be no concern from anyone, professionals, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be a big deal.
I'm going to be real with you. After the farcical nature of everything that happened years ago, they can say anything's going to happen and I'm not going to take it seriously.
Sure.
Now, could kill me. We could have a virus with a mortality rate of 50%. And then we'll really find out.
God willing.
They've used all of that goodwill for me. So now I just don't believe anything anymore. Yeah. So it's just one in one ear and out the other. People are, what's this one called?
Hantavirus.
Hantavirus.
Comes from rat droppings.
Nice.
Oh, great. Classic.
Nice. Rats are always responsible for everything. They were responsible for the Black Death as well.
Yeah. Wasn't that technically the fleas?
The fleas, yeah.
Didn't the rats kind of get a bad rap?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the fleas were the ones that transmitted it.
Yeah. They got out scot-free. Fleas are kind of trivial compared to rats, but really they're actually far worse. Morally speaking, as a species.
Fleas freak me out when you think about I don't.
I would rather have a rat in my house than a flea.
Yeah, me too.
Because you can get rid of a few rats pretty reliably. I mean, they'll fuck up your house, but one of our dogs growing up he had a flea collar, but I don't know if it was a bad year or something, and we had fleas in our house.
Oh man, you had a bomb.
It was horrible. It was embarrassing. And we had to like wash everything in the house. You get a couple bites on you, and it's like, this sucks.
You guys didn't have to make the little circus tent outside your house and then bomb it? You ever see those?
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
Really? Have you seen that, Chris, before? Like where you like they call, I think they call it bombing the house. It's like you use massive chemicals, but you put like these huge things outside the house to keep everything inside. So like it's a very expensive process, and it looks like a circus tent.
Yeah, the circus. Yeah, there's a whole like Breaking Bad arc where they.
Oh yeah.
I've seen those in person only like twice though.
That's what I thought you were going, Dustin, because you said it was embarrassing, and I'm like, that's where like
if you just live in a circus.
Well, because it's like you have to leave your house for 5 days. Everyone knows or whatever that like your shit's fucked up, and they're fumigating it.
It is embarrassing just to have. I know what you mean, because like just the idea of having fleas in the first place is just like, what are you, a simian?
Right.
You a fucking ape. You have bugs living on you. I feel this way about lice also. I never had lice ever. In fact, I still kind of like, because I've never experienced it, I am still kind of like, I'm not saying I don't believe in lice, but like there's like a 10% chance in my brain where I'm like, that's not real. Because it never made sense to me. It's like, what do you mean? There's bugs on your scalp and you can't just wash them out with normal shampoo? Like, what do you mean? Like it just didn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense to me, really.
I think I did have it when I was like very little, because I have a vague memory of like having it's like a metal comb.
Get the eggs out.
And then you like, I remember my mom doing it. I think I got it in school or something like that. But that's when I had hair, you know, like I don't know that I would. Well, I still have hair, I guess now. I guess maybe there would be enough light for the lice to live in. We'll find out. Go get lice. See what happens. Like I'm pretty sure my dogs take like a medicine for lice. Why can't I just take the medicine?
Oh, lice or fleas?
Oh, maybe that's fleas. That's what it is.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
fleas.
Yeah,
fleas, right. Fleas. I'm sorry. Pardon me. Why can't I take a medicine?
That's a good question. I might give you, I don't know, side effects.
Yeah. Yeah.
For our flea thing, what was so embarrassing was there was a short period where my parents lived in Virginia, but they wanted to keep this house. So I lived here with 2 roommates, and they came for Christmas with Colin, yours and mine, our beloved Neko, and Laura. It could have been either one of them. Mm-hmm. And shortly after they left, there were fleas in our house. And it was like, 3 college boys live in this house, and now there's fleas in it. And we weren't exceptionally dirty. No one was leaving food around or anything that. Right. You know, there's times that it was a little messy, but it was like the stuff messy, not food and dirt messy.
Like papers and like, jackets strewn. Yeah. So
it was like, man, it was Neko. I'm convinced it was Neko. R.I.P. in peace, of course.
Yeah, all right, definitely. R.I.P. in peace, definitely.
But he's a little shit sometimes too.
Yeah.
As all of our dogs are.
Yeah. R.I.P. in peace indeed. And R.I.P. to all the lice that die every year. The trillions of them, probably.
Good. No one thinks about them.
No one thinks about them.
No one thinks of the lice. And what if they have lice? What if they have a lice equivalent?
Right.
It's like those mosquitoes. Did you read about these? Like, there's like tiny mosquitoes that bite. I was like, there's never been. When I read that, I was like, oh my god. I thought like there might be a god, because there's nothing more just.
It's good shit.
Than like a mosquito having to deal with how annoying they are as well. Like that's awesome to me. And then, like they siphon the blood out of they drink all the blood and then they siphon the blood out of them. It's like, it's so sad. You deserve
the circle
it.
of life. The circle. Yeah, there you go. Went a little higher there than you need to.
Yeah.
But a little bit, just a little bit higher than
copyright claim.
Yeah, I don't want to get. It's a cover. You know what I want to just say this real quick, because I think it's so funny. It has nothing to do with anything, but it's the big stories. Anita Sarkeesian and Slay the Spire 2. You guys have seen this, I assume?
At this point? That she was like consulted or something.
Yeah.
This is what I went and looked this up today. I got to tweet this up at some point. The game came out March 5th, and it sold millions of copies, I want to say.
Yeah.
Though no one noticed her name was in the credits for a month, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So her presence was necessarily indiscernible, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the game didn't read like woke to anyone.
Interesting.
It is interesting. Now, I think Anita Sarkeesian's full of shit, personally. I don't think she really likes video games. I don't think she ever really played them deeply. I think there's plenty of evidence to that effect. I couldn't find it, but there was a video going around. I don't know if you guys remember back in during Gamergate, there was a video that would go around of her of like being interviewed where she was saying like she doesn't play video games and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was her giving, I remember this video well. It was her
like a testimonial or something, right? Like,
it was her like standing in front of like a classroom or something, and she was like kind of doing either a lecture or a presentation, and she was talking about how like she had to introduce herself to this world basically because she didn't really grow up with them. She didn't play them. Which is a direct contradiction to like the entire story of like that she kind of sold. It bothers me specifically that in left-wing circles there's like this big like overcorrection where it's like actually she had to play. It's like, no, this is like a standard kind of con person, which is fine. I mean, get your money, like.
Yeah, she well, I remember it was her writer, Jonathan McIntosh, that was like the guy that did all the work. And he, I think, has gone on and does pretty well, actually, by himself.
Yeah, maybe.
He did something called Pop Culture Detective, I want to say it was, that actually did fairly well. But anyway, that's just been on my mind the last day because I've been fascinated by that dissonance where I'm like, actually, this kind of doesn't prove what you think it proves. You probably shouldn't be saying this because it makes her seem anodyne, right?
Well, the thing to me is that like suddenly people are. So the thing about it is like you liked this game until suddenly you learned this random arbitrary thing that was kind of indiscernible otherwise, and now it's a problem.
Right.
Guess who's not in the credits? Guess who's not in the credits for Marathon?
That's all I'm saying.
I don't know.
It's funny you say that though, because like it's not one of those games where like you play it and you're like, all right, what is going on here? Like there's some bullshit going on in this game. Like Spider-Man 2 is a good example of that. And I haven't played Slay the Spire 2 yet, but I was like, I'm fascinated by that dissonance. I don't know. I just need to say that we have no reason to talk about it otherwise on the show, but I had to say it because I'm like, so millions of people played it. Everyone loved it. No one read the credits for a month, I guess. That's interesting. I always look at the credits when I play a game. And then I'm just always curious to see if I know anyone, to be honest. And then she pops up and then I'm like, so like, what can you make like the detective board and tie her now to what's in the game with the little string?
I want to see the alternate timeline where the game comes out and she's not involved and it sucks. That would be funny.
So yeah, like you and I agree. I think we all agree. Like she is a mega tourist and did a lot of. I think she was actually quite destructive on games for a few years, but she's a non-issue at this point. I don't know why people are hiring her.
Yeah,
I don't know why she would be hired and then put into the credits. Now you got to give credit to the studio for doing it, right? Because she doesn't have to be in the credits.
No,
they could have hit it.
Yeah, it is both bizarre to me that anybody would find value in hiring her, but it is equivalently strange to me that anybody would be haunted by her presence. Because it's just like she's just a very nothing. I don't know. It just seems kind of strange. It's like the same people with like Gamergate in their bios. Still, it's like, what are you doing? Like,
still fighting.
Like, what do you have a child or something? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, do something with your life.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, it's mega tourist, like you said, is a pretty good. I mean, she made her money, I don't know. I can only have so many issues at a certain point, especially if they're quiet for years. It's like, fine, all right.
Yeah, she kind of
you made your money and dipped. Valid, fine.
I feel like she kind of fizzled out. Like I feel like eventually it became. It's so funny how the conversation has changed to where she, I think, got an overwhelming amount of shit. Where she kind of had to bail out of these public places, but that wasn't the case for a while. So anyway, just wanted to throw out there because I was reading about it, and I just think that that's really funny. I'm waiting for it to come to PlayStation. It is still in early access, but you can play Slay the Spire 2 on Steam. You can also buy it and then refund it if you want, if that's what makes you happy.
After 2 hours.
After 2 hours, yeah.
Right.
Before 2 hours, I should say.
Does Steam warn you when it's like warning?
Nope. No.
It's funny. All right. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. It's good to be here with you guys today. It's good to be here with everyone out there. Hope everything's going well, going swimmingly in your lives. It's early May 2026, and the weather's turning. It's getting a little rainy, getting a little humid. The animals are out doing their things. The birds are chirping. The sun is blazing. Just trying to be a little bit descriptive. Like it's a Steinbeck novel, for instance.
Yes.
We go live each and every week. You can get us 3 days early, ad-free. Over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We couldn't do it without you. We appreciate your support over there. Supporting us there gets you early ad-free access to all the shows in our network, not just Sacred Symbols. You can submit inquiries to the show via the threads in the newsfeed for the various shows. Sacred Symbols threads go live on Wednesdays and are deleted Thursdays, so check that out. You get access to Discord, if you'd like. Access to the Spotify and RSS feed, so you don't have to interact with Patreon to get your early ad-free access to the audio podcast, and so on and so forth. Sacred Symbols Plus is also a big perk you get over on Patreon. That's our weekly supplement to this show. We've sat down and I think kind of preliminarily planned out what's going to go on with Pragmata and Saros. So we'll have spoiler cast for both of those. I'm actually sitting down tomorrow, and this will go live Saturday, with Tom from Moore's Law is Dead and Brad, actually, and we're going to talk about PlayStation 6. And we're going to answer questions about it, like hypothetically from Sony's perspective. Here's the machine. What should you do with it? How much should it cost? What should it do? What game should be on it? When should it come out? All the rest. So we're going to do all that. That will be really fun. Other episodes recently include a deep dive with our lawyer friend Rick Hogue about legal happenings, including the fascinating situation over at Unknown Worlds with Subnautica 2, and how those guys were fired to avoid a $250 million bonus, which is pretty wild. Sat down with Jaffe recently. We did something on Saint Slayer's music and so on. Marathon's spoiler cast and review discussion is there for you to check out at your pleasure. Anton K wrote into us on Patreon and says, "Hey, Sacred Bros. Colin, any chance we get a Starfield review discussion with Maddie like you did with Adamfall? Thanks. And keep on keeping on." No, I'm not anywhere close to beating Starfield. I'm not going to beat Starfield, and therefore I think it's inappropriate for me to render final verdicts on a game I have not beaten. But boy, is it boring. The spoiler cast will probably be 3 times more boring than the actual game, and I don't know if you can even tolerate that out there. So please let that out of your mind. I think Xbox guys had a Starfield discussion back in the day. I could be wrong.
I think it was so.
I think it was Gene, Maddie, and I think Cog, maybe somebody else. But yeah,
so
there is a spoiler cast for it, I think, somewhere.
Yeah, back on when Xbox, or back when Duke was doing their what was it, Defining Duke Ultimate. Sacred streaming continues unabated every Monday at 1 p.m. I sat down in Platinum Saint Slayer on PlayStation 4 in a single playthrough, or a single sitting, 4.5 hours. So that was the last one we did. That was fun, and I appreciate everyone's kind words about the game. Played Vampire Crawlers, which I'm still addicted to. I have 103 trophies in Vampire Crawlers. I don't even know how. It's so funny. They don't even pop. I just go and look at the list sometimes. I'm like, oh, I got 7 more trophies. All right. Let's see. You guys are going to stream Marathon the day this goes live?
Yes. The day this goes live, me, Chris, and the illustrious Pork Poncho will be making an attempt. I want to label it an attempt because it's not guaranteed that we will be fighting the final boss of Marathon, the compiler, at 1 p.m. So if you're listening at noon, right when this comes out, you have about probably 45 minutes at this point until the stream starts.
Very good. That's very fun. All right, cool. So you guys can look forward to that. That's an off schedule stream for Fridays. And obviously these are all available in VOD on our YouTube channel. So you can just go to the live tab and you can see anything you've missed. But of course you can watch live as well if you're around, able, and willing. And I already talked to him. I haven't told Dustin this, but we're bringing Jaffe back for Monday. We'll do Moriarty Cross Jaffe. We're going back to the phone lines.
Oh boy.
Seems like fun. People being, there's a lot of, I think people have a lot to say. Let's see if they want to say it live on the air. And we'll see how it goes. Because you guys just keep talking. So much to say.
Yeah.
So much to say. So many opinions, proclamations, thoughts, and so on and so forth. You silly gooses. We're going to see you on Monday at 1 p.m. Me and Jaffe. LastStandMedia.store for merch. Shirts, t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers, and so on and so forth. And please support Saint Slayer, as I said earlier, on Steam, on PSN, on Xbox Live, Switch. Really, really proud of how it's doing, and we appreciate everyone's support. Clark Petrie wrote in and said, Colin, how did it feel to come back to your roots writing the trophy guide for Saint Slayer? Any comments on the process with PSN profiles? Even though I only have 30 minutes in the game, I'm glad I have your guide waiting for me when I get back to it. The podcasts are great, but as someone who has taken to consuming your writing for many years, it's always refreshing to find some Colin penmanship. Take care. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Yeah, so I wrote the official PSN profiles trophy guide for my own game. It might be the first time that's ever happened. I don't really know. But you guys can go check that out on PSN profiles if you'd like. Very proud of it. Have you guys seen it? I'll put it here in the chat for you in case you haven't seen it. Unnecessary amount of time it took me to do this. Really, really unnecessary amount of time. And it took so long to publish it. It took almost 2 weeks for them to publish it because, it's like that they don't, it's like a volunteer thing where they have to read it and scan it or whatever, do all this kind of stuff, make sure it's good. So I kind of broke my ass getting this done for launch, but it didn't even really go up for launch. But there it is nonetheless. And it's good to be here with this guide and back in the fold for the first time since 2010 with my first strategy guide. So thank you for that. Thank you for noticing. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, online therapy that meets you where you are to great effect. Learn more now at betterhelp.com/sacred, where you can get 10% off your first session. My friends, we as humans have an unrivaled ability to deeply and exactly communicate. It's one of the key things that differentiates us from any other creature on planet Earth. And if you leverage said advantage, well, just about anything is possible. Consider all that's on your mind every day. Your relationship, your family, your job, your friends, and all of your myriad responsibilities, stresses, and the many curveballs that come with daily existence. Then imagine if you can unload what's on your mind, speaking to a licensed professional trained for that very thing, to listen, to observe, to ponder, and then ultimately to help. Mind you, I'm not speaking out of school on this. I've gone to therapy on and off for much of my life, and whenever I went into the experience with an open mind, I came out a better person. Now imagine therapy for the 21st century. Not in an office you have to drive to, park your car in some parking garage, wait 15 minutes in reception, and pay out the wazoo for the pleasure, especially if you don't have health insurance. Rather, BetterHelp is conducted entirely via video, audio, or even just by text, giving you maximum scheduling and location flexibility for what mood you're in, where you are, to help with whatever might ail your mind and spirit. With more than 30,000 therapists at their disposal, BetterHelp will either match you with the right person for you right away or allow you to rove around until you find the proper fit. And with more than 6 million clients served worldwide, BetterHelp is popular with those who use it. 1.7 million client reviews have netted a 4.9 out of 5-star rating, which is actually kind of wild. For whatever's going on in your life, you don't have to be on this journey alone. Find support and have someone with you in therapy. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/sacred. That's BETTERHELP.com/SACRED. Again, for remote, affordable, convenient, and high quality therapy ready to help you right now, head to betterhelp.com/sacred. All right. Let's get into some topics of discussion, then we'll get in the news. But we'll touch base with a couple things that happened last week, starting with Alicia H. said, Hi, Sacred Crew. I'm writing in to close the loop on the misconnection inquiry last week from a listener named Justin, who said that the girl sitting next to him on a flight was listening to Sacred Symbols. I can confirm that he was telling the truth, as that was indeed me. Funnily enough, I also noticed that he was a listener and hesitated to say anything. I saw Sacred listed in his YouTube feed among other videos, but I hesitated to speak up as I was worried he might be offended that I looked over at his phone. Though we all do it, don't we? While I know Colin joked about Justin missing his chance, I can confirm I am in a long-term relationship, and I believe I saw a ring on his finger as well. Regardless, I'll never pass on the opportunity to make a new friend, especially when we both share an appreciation for video games. I'm following up in the Sacred Symbols Discord after posting this comment, so if Justin is down to connect, he can find me over there. To my fellow listeners, let this be a lesson to never hesitate to say hi to another member of our community if you come across them in the wild. Odds are they are just as friendly and willing to spark a conversation about our favorite hobby. So there you go.
Yeah.
Now, I don't never say never. This show brings people together, but it's also known for tearing people apart.
Right.
Just because Justin had a ring on his finger doesn't mean that this show won't be responsible for his divorce. And then maybe you'll find your way to each other after that. You know, it's no big deal.
Right.
No big deal. It's a little, have a little aerial liaison at 40,000 feet.
Goodness. So she's part of the 3% then, right? Is it 1 or 3%?
I think it's 3%, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are dozens of women that listen to this show.
Dozens.
There are probably, I mean, based on the numbers, I guess there would be hundreds. Right?
Well, I mean, it's not nothing.
No, I mean, it might even be, I mean, hundreds might even be underselling it too. You know? Between audio and video, Patreon and free feeds, we probably, like I say, it's like an NFL stadium. It's like, depending on the week, it could be 50, 60, 70,000 people or more. So if 3% of them, that would be like a couple thousand, I guess, of women listening. So Alicia's one of many, but we don't hear from them too often, which is fine. I don't blame you. But don't underestimate the power of this show to get you divorced. Lickety split.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, I'm on our YouTube analytics page for the last 365 days. The percent audience that is female, 1.2.
1.2. This is YouTube. Okay, cool. So that's gonna be pretty
how many
emblematic.
people are watching? Maybe they're on their wife's account,
right?
You know, logged in on the TV or something.
But how many wives are watching on their husband's account?
Or how many wives are hostage to the conversation?
Right.
Yeah, many. Many.
Right.
Yeah, you have to take that into account. It's like taking like individual. It's like how many people tuned in to watch a halftime show or something. It's like that's easily like 10 people per screen, you know, in a lot of cases. So who knows? Although you'd be a psycho to put this on for a group of people.
These demographics are, I always forget about them, and then I go and look at them and I'm like, wow, this is interesting. Would you like some more stats, Colin?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Ages 13 to 17 years old, 0.1%.
Yeah,
we are not popular among the kids.
No doubt.
18 to 24, 3.4%. And then here's our main audience, 25 to 34 years old at 47%.
Yeah, those are our people.
Then the next step, 35 to 44 years, 39.9%.
Yeah, so we have an older crowd, which is good. What am I going to say to an 18-year-old about a video game? I'm not even playing the games they're playing.
Yeah.
They're a bunch of losers anyway. They're playing fucking Roblox and Zenless Zone Zero and shit like that. What am I supposed to say about that?
Genshin Impact.
There's that new one too, right? There's a new one that just came out. Do you know what it is, Dustin? They just reviewed it on Push Square. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, this game Mixtape is getting really good. Oh, NTE. Do you know this game?
I've not even heard of that.
Nope. I've never heard of that. I did see Mixtape.
Neverness to Everness, it's called.
Oh, fuck you.
I was reading that as he said it. Neverness to Everness.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
What?
It's one of the most played games on PSN profiles right now, so it's doing well with the PlayStation peeps.
Gonna lose my fucking mind.
Yeah, Neverness to Everness is the third most played game on PSN profiles right now. Saros and Pragmata are the only ones ahead. It goes Saros, Pragmata, Neverness to Everness, Hades 2, Diablo 4.
Truly bewildering, man.
That's good shit. Love that. Neverness to Everness. It's no infinite undiscovery, but it's close. It's very close.
Yeah, dude, if you open, so I went to Google and I searched the sponsored result at the top. You click it, and the first thing it says, get 120 plus free pools.
Yep,
get first S-Class. It's the first thing it tells you on that website. Look forward to your 120 plus free pools.
It looks just like Genshin Impact from my uneducated point of view. But it's supposed to be pretty good if you're into that fucking and if you're into that trash. All right. Alicia,
God,
good to hear from you. Hopefully you guys connect and become friends. That would be great.
Yeah.
Trent Miller wrote in and said, hello, voices in my head. Our wife and I are excited, to be welcoming a baby boy into the gamer battalion coming this October. Colin, will you be available for another naming ceremony? I give you permission to do the whole Lion King spectacle on top of Pride Rock if you so desire. Currently, we've been referring to the baby as Little Colin. Or Lil. They're right, Little Colin. Dustin and Chris, if Colin backs out, the offer is extended to you and you can take his place where the naming duties will be bestowed to you. Thank you for writing in. I don't know what I want to do here because I kind of have my hands full with Dustin's kid. It's hard enough to come up with a name for this child. So I'm going to let you guys pick the name for Trent's child. The last name Miller. You guys don't have to. We can figure it out later. It's not a huge deal. I don't have a good answer because my mind's focused fully on the Furman boy.
Right. You got to pick it. You want a unique name. You want something that's going to stand out. It's going to be like, he's a natural leader. Maybe Smunt. How about that? How about name your kid Smunt? Smunt Miller.
Sounds like a Viking name.
Sounds vaguely like a slur, or like something that you're not allowed to say. I like it. Oh well, I mean,
I was gonna say that. I gotta bleep that.
Sorry,
it's YouTube, guys.
I'm not
trying to protect you guys from the word that everyone knows, but it will get us. We will lose the money on it.
YouTube has been shady for a lot of people lately. Like people are just getting demonetized and like.
What else is new?
Yeah, I just don't understand how they can get away with it. I know that there's probably like some sort of TOS and a EULA like that lets them do whatever they want, but it's like you can't just like have people making a living on a YouTube channel and then suddenly they can't make money on it and they can't talk to anyone.
It's
kind of fucked up when you think it's like fucked up to do that to someone.
Yeah.
They do not give a shit. It's crazy. Like YouTube doesn't care. They don't care. And that bothers the fuck out of me. So it's good to play by the rules. I don't want to have any problems with these people either. Because I was thinking about it, like what would happen if we got demonetized, right? That would suck. We would survive because of Patreon, but it's like that would obviously cut into our money a little bit. I'm like, could you sue them? Like if you wanted to pay for the lawyers and stuff, like can you be like, what is this? And then would they just come back and be like, we can really just arbitrarily do whatever we want. There's nothing to be sued over. It says it here.
They must have something in the EULA that because otherwise it would have happened already, right? It's been,
right. You would assume someone would serve them, if that happened. But I don't like that happening to people. I don't like that. I mean, if you break a rule even if you break a rule, you should be warned and given a strike or whatever. But like people that claim they've done nothing wrong are like, yeah, my shit's just not monetized anymore. And it's like, whoa. Either they're lying, which is possible. Maybe they did something awful. But I don't like it. It's very uncertain. It's not okay to do that. I don't think.
What I don't understand is like the strangeness of like how the penalties and punishments are doled out. Because I swear to God, I curse in a lot of videos almost like on purpose and with like very little care. And it doesn't seem to really specifically correlate to any demonetization or anything. Like or at least it didn't when I was doing videos. And so like I don't really understand what the rules of engagement are really. Like it kind of doesn't make because I see people like doing the newspeak thing where they're like, oh, he unalived or whatever,
grape.
You know what I mean? Grape.
That's the one you and I were like, we can't take it.
He's a grapist.
Grape him in the mouth.
Dude, I love that. That Whitest Kids You Know sketch is that's classic shit. But I'll say just the words in a video and I won't get like a yellow ding. So like I don't know what data people are getting that's what they have to do because it clearly isn't. I remember there was like a thing where like in the first like 30 seconds of a video you can't say it or something like that. You can't say controversial stuff or whatever, and then after that they don't care. I don't know how true that is or if that was like an assumption that was like widely just assumed to be true. I don't know. It just seems like there's no real consistency and there's no actual rules. There's just kind of like a vague idea of what you generally should and shouldn't do, and whether or not they affect you is kind of up in the air. So
yeah, I agree. Yeah, you and I have discussed this in the past where like I've said heinous things on these shows. Like,
yeah,
it can't just be that. There's got to be like more to it. But you would think, I understand YouTube being largely algorithmic and AI driven behind the scenes, but you have to have real people like that vet the massive decisions you're making. I understand a person can't vet every demonetized video. Like I get it. Like at some point, like you can't hire enough people.
No, yeah.
There's so much shit going up. But you like when you're saying like, yeah, this channel with 100,000 people, we're just demonetizing it. That's it. No one's going to look at it. No one's going to see it. No one cares. And I'm like, you can't do that. Like you can't, I just feel like you shouldn't be allowed to do that. Like at some point, it's like YouTube's almost like a utility in some way. I don't want to be too dramatic about it, but you can kill a person's whole earning potential. It's why you need to. It's why and you and I have talked about this in the past. We laugh about Rumble and stuff, but it's like I want Rumble. Rumble's not going to be the one, but like I wanted them to do well because it's like there does need to be like some competitor that nips them in the bud a little bit. Like
there should be theoretically. It's just they're so impossibly big. I remember I was told by I can't remember if it was a YouTube rep. This is years ago that like. The fact that my channel has gun in the name of it is a problem.
Oh, interesting. That's interesting.
So I was thinking like, oh, it's interesting. I wonder I don't really know what to do about that, but we'll see.
You got to go by your birth name. Chris Maldonado.
It's too long.
Maldonado.
It's too long.
We have the same. My name is longer than your name. Colin Moriarty. Chris Maldonado. I mean, you can go Christopher, and then you'd have one more syllable.
Yeah, that would be it.
Yeah,
I don't know. Topher
Miller.
Dude, it blew my mind when I found out. Like, I learned like in my adult life that Topher was like short for Christopher. I had no idea growing up that was a thing. And I think Topher Grace in Spider-Man 3.
Grace, yeah, that's the only one I know.
Yeah. And then somebody was like, "Oh yeah, Chris." So I think somebody was giving an interview where they were talking about like, "Oh yeah, me and Chris." For that 70s show, and like Chris, fuck is Chris on that 70s show? Like Topher Grace.
That's funny. Yeah,
it's weird.
Tofa. God, I was gonna say. Oh, you know what? Here's another non sequitur for you. Have you guys ever had anything frozen off your body before?
No.
I had it I had a little bump on my pinky. I have a Band-Aid around it. You probably won't be able to see it because it's kind of flesh colored, but. I went to the dermatologist because I had like this little bump on my inside of my pinky. They're like, it looks like maybe it's just a little wart or something. So I thought they were going to, people out there have been with me for a long time now. I had skin cancer and I've had many things cut off me, like cut off my face, scooped out of me, that kind of shit.
Again with this.
So, but I went in and I was like, all right, obviously they're going to remove it. I thought for some reason they would just cut it off. Right. But they froze it. And that shit hurts, dude. I don't want to say I'm not like Mr. Macho Man or anything, like obviously. But there is people like when you go, I get blood drawn or something like that. Like I'm not squeamish about that. It doesn't really hurt me. It's like a little pinch, but like it's going to hurt. And then they do it or like you get a little, and I'm always like, whatever, man,
Oh, God,
but this time, I've gotten tattoos and I've broken bones and fucked up my body and I have massive scars on my hand from when I cut my hand open and all sorts of things happen to me. But so the woman she got the little, it's like a little, it almost looks like a whipped cream can or something. And she's like, all right, this is going to hurt. And I was like, I kind of just like, was like, all right. And then and I was like, fuck. Like, I was like, holy shit. Like, I'm like, and I said to her, I'm like, that really did hurt. And then she's like, yeah, we got to do it one more time. And then she did it again. I was like, oh my God. And it was just this little thing, but it's literally freezing your body, like giving you like basically, I don't know, dude, I just wanted to throw that out there that I was like, damn.
Pain through cold is wild. It's a wild feel. That's like when I woke up during like surgery for like that split second that I was like conscious and I just felt like immensely cold and then I passed out again. It's just like, it's a weird feeling. I've never had anything frozen off me. I would imagine it's painful in a way that you're not prepared for because you've never experienced it. You know what I mean? So not only does it hurt, but it's also like a new sensation that you're not acclimated to. Like, I think we're all acclimated to cuts. Like we can kind of like understand what that would feel like probably. And it's not going to be good, but like you can brace yourself for that. Freezing is crazy.
I find it interesting the nurse was straight up with you that it was going to hurt because when I got a shot in my bad thumb, I was like, so what am I in for here? And she's like, oh, it's not too bad. And then about 3 seconds later, it was the single most intense momentary pain I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know if maybe they're worried people chicken out if they're get ready for it.
That's a tough.
And I'm like, no. I want to be mentally prepared. Like I'm going to do it. But, I wasn't ready for it. Maybe that was the right move. I don't know, though. But she was straight up. She said, this is going to hurt.
That's between a rock and a hard place kind of situation.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, what do? You can be honest straight up. Or Mike and I were talking about it recently too, of like people, well, I don't really blame it. I've never gotten a tattoo big enough where I would need to be there for like 10 hours or whatever, but people like just going under now and getting like the whole, so if they're getting like a chest plate or whatever,
that's crazy to me.
They'll literally go under and just do it all at once. And I'm like, the interesting thing about that is like, that sounds so painful. Like you're not absorbing any of it and letting it heal and then going back and getting it more. Like you're doing it all like this big thing on your chest or something. I'm like, damn, that's going to hurt like fuck. That's going to hurt like crazy.
Well, don't they have gel now that can numb? Like, I think
they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, do they? I never got my tattoos with a gel. I'll tell you that.
Mine
hurt.
But like
mine was not done with a gel. I think my mom, most of her tattoos have not been done with a gel, but there was one in like, I don't know if it was like on a like sensitive part of her arm, like near armpit or something. And they were like, you should probably use the gel. Like, you're going to be glad you did.
That wasn't a thing. Like, although I haven't gotten a tattoo since 2005, I guess, or something like that. So it's like, but so it's obviously very different now. But when I got join or die tattooed on my arm, when it got towards my elbow, that was horrifying. And when I got Moriarty on my back, the spine was horrifying.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine.
Yeah, horrifying. Bad place to get tattoos. Good thing I did it.
Yeah, the wrist tattoo for me was like the most painful one that I had. But I only have 2 tattoos. I never like went crazy with it.
Yeah, I've only gotten 3, and I don't think I will. 4 technically, but one of them is 2. Like one of them, I consider they're 2 pieces, but it's really the same tattoo.
Yeah,
the join or die thing. My arms are too skinny to get it together. That's why it's on my arm like that. Because it's supposed to be underneath it.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, you're built like an 8-year-old girl. You can't get your tattoo like this on here. We have to figure out some other place for you to do it. But I'm not, it's so funny. Like I got those tattoos when I was 18, 19 and didn't give a fuck. And now I'm like, I'm 41 and I overthink everything where I'm like, I don't know if I'll ever even get another tattoo because I can't commit to anything.
Yeah. I think about it sometimes. I don't know. I don't know where I would put it at this point. Like I'm out of this. The 2 places that I have tattoos are where I would have put both, like any tattoo that I would have gotten. So like now it's just kind of like, I don't really know where I feel comfortable with it now. And now if I have 3, that's kind of thing. It's like now I feel like once you cross 3 in one area, like I have one on my right wrist and my right shoulder. At this point, like if I get a 3rd one, it's gonna have to be on this arm, and then it's gonna be then it's gonna necessitate a sleeve of some kind. It's like I can't just leave 3 random tattoos. I like how it is right now, where it's like the beginning end. That's like a nice closed loop. But another thing in there is like, I don't know, feels unfinished now. If I get another one,
I would. I'm fine with my arm tattoos. I don't mind my arm tattoos at all. But I would remove my back tattoo if I could easily do it. Not because I'm embarrassed by it or I think it's bad or anything like that. I just want that. I've said this to you guys before. I kind of want that space back. It's so big and it takes up such. And I would love to get a shoulder piece or something. You can't, like. Because this stupid thing I got when I was 18, which it's so funny, man. Like I remember when my dad's like, "You're gonna regret that." And I'm like, I loved it at the time. At my ears, I got my ears pierced during that era too, and these earrings have never come out of my ears since. I've had the same earrings for 23 years, 24 years, something like that. It's pretty crazy when you think about that. They're just part of my they're just like part of my body. There's like
they fused in.
They just, I don't know. I don't even know how to take them. I always picture taking them out one day and then just taking a picture and putting it on social media of just them like on a table.
You've never taken them off at all?
No, never.
Wait, what do you mean? Like not even like to the shower or?
No, I shower with them in and stuff like that. Yeah.
Airport?
No, that's the thing. They don't have to. That's what I thought was going to happen. Because I got them right after 9/11, and that was when shit was like really crazy. And then the first time I went through, they don't even ring. I think they're titanium. I don't know if that matters or whatever. And they're hollow. So,
all right.
But yeah, like I just clean them in the shower and like, I have this whole system now. That's what's so funny. Like everyone has their little thing in the shower where like when I clean my ears, I like take some soap, like I off the bar, you know, just on my fingers, and I just roll the earrings in them and roll them around to get the hole and stuff like that in them, you know, just to keep it nice and clean, you know. But it's like part of it's like more than half my life. It's as if it's an appendage.
Right.
I could take them out and I'm going to have phantom earrings. The phantom pain.
Right. Oh my God.
The fuck are we talking about? Jonathan Turner wrote in and said, hey boys, I need an official update on the current status and whereabouts of Magnanimous Colin. Is there any possibility of him making a triumphant comeback at some point? And if so, what would the terms and conditions for a potential return be, even in a limited or part-time capacity? The people deserve answers. Thank you for your donation. This is what I was saying earlier when we talked about doing Moriarty Cross Jaffe, is I feel like people really have killed him. And I don't know that he is coming back. I'm in a different phase of life now.
Yeah.
And magnanimity is not what I'm trying to show anyone anymore. Now it's something else.
Magnanimous Colin, I don't know, he's gone. He's cut up in the back of a Tesla somewhere.
Remember, because Magnanimous Colin, he was a good man. But he was not allowed. Everyone held him to the highest standard. And whenever he made he speaks for hours and hours and hours a week, right? And whenever he says he gets it almost all right, but he makes a mistake or he misspeaks,
right?
The Tommy situation in The Last of Us Part 2 is a good example. That's a big part of Colin, Magnanimous Colin being killed, right? That's a huge part of it. It's all these little things you keep dinging him, and you expect him to just take it, and eventually any man will go crazy under similar circumstances.
I'm just imagining you as that that scene of in the beginning of Joker where Joaquin Phoenix is putting the makeup on.
Oh yeah.
That's good stuff.
I can't win,
No.
So now this new Colin, he's a different man. He's a different beast. We're still getting to know him. We don't know everything about him. We don't know his whole story. We don't know his outlook. There's a lot to be learned about it. And I feel like on Moriarty Cross Jaffe, the live stream, when we go to the phone calls, we're gonna find out exactly where everything stands with Magnanimous Colin. But he's dead and he's buried. Let him go. What'd you say, Chris?
Who's this then? Is this a Darth Colin?
Darth Colin, yeah. I don't know. Well, he's still unnamed. He's still a shadowy apparition, and we haven't quite nailed down what we're going to call him yet.
A visage on the horizon.
Right.
Shadow Colin.
Shadow Colin. Liquid Colin?
Liquid Colin.
Liquid Colin might be good. We'll keep that in mind, but...
Did I love... God... Liquid, just the idea of Liquid being a surname for just like a opposite. I love it because it makes no sense without Solid. Without Solid, because there is no Solid Chris.
Right.
So the fact that there is a Liquid Chris is insane.
Chris. Jonathan, thank you for writing. Monty Pearson wrote in and said, hey guys, and we're going to get into some of this stuff later in the inquiries because there's a few things we can kind of pull from our conversation about DRM last week, but I wanted to touch on this in the beginning. Monty Pearson wrote in and said, hey guys, I feel like you were being too hard on people that were upset about the PlayStation DRM situation last week. Yes, be mad at the bad actors, but we live in a world where every service getting worse and more expensive is the norm. If any change is made, Sony needs to communicate that clearly. Otherwise, people are going to assume the worst. I think this is a good point. I just want to touch on this because I agree with you 100%, Monty. And my wife and I talk about this all the time. Everything is getting worse. And I know this comes up on the show sometimes, but everything sucks. I want to go back to the 90s so bad.
Enshittification, right? Is what it's called. And is that
enshittification, right? It's crazy. Yeah. I'm an older man now. You guys are old enough to remember as well. Mm-hmm. But I don't think it's nostalgia speaking per se. Everything was better in the 90s. Food was better, service was better, entertainment was better. It's people treated each other nicer. It was more peaceful. It was more prosperous. Things were more affordable. Gas was 90 cents a gallon in 1995.
Yeah.
I hear you loud and clear is what I wanted to say. I know. I see it. I feel it.
within reason, everything used to be better. Like I think by a large, there's things like VR.
Right.
No, like
yeah, VR wasn't better. Yeah.
VR was significantly worse.
The Lawnmower Man, or whatever the fuck that movie was called.
Yeah, and so yeah. Like I mean, I wrestle with this a lot because I'm aware. I'm like cognizant. I'm like unfortunately like a deeply self-aware person. It doesn't seem like it, but I'm aware when I'm making stupid mistakes. But like I think about like I'm aware of the fact that so much of childhood is like colored with this like nostalgia and with like the surrounding vibe of not having a lot of responsibility. And so inherently things do feel like they were better. And I'm very aware of that. But also I look at like things that I used to be able to buy and own. And now there's subscription services. There's stuff that's built into your car that you don't have access to unless you pay a fucking monthly subscription to it, even though it's there. And it's just like, and it's that times a million. And it's just getting worse. I don't know if you saw that there was like a proposal to put like mini data centers in new homes and shit. You see this? Just like, so now you're going to be, first of all, it's going to be amazing. Direct like the local meth heads. It's like, look at how much copper is in every single one. But beyond that, the precious metals in everybody's house.
I know, it's like all the lithium and all this shit.
Yeah, it's insane. But like, so like you look at this like, wait, so like you're gonna pay the electric bill for micro data centers that's gonna be siphoned off to like run Chat GPT, so some dude can render a picture of himself younger, hotter, and in a bikini, like, in a Speedo and shit. Like it's insane. Like everything is worse within reason. But it's a lot. And I don't think it is just nostalgia. I think there is something tangibly provable to it. And I think even younger, I actually do think even younger generations are aware of this too. Like I talked to some of my like younger Gen Z or like even older. Well, I guess there's no real Gen Alpha yet, really, realistically, right? Is there? What's Gen Alpha right now?
Yeah, I don't know what. Let me see.
Generation. I don't know if I know any Gen Alpha, but like I know young Gen Z, and even they're like, yeah, I mean.
Gen Alpha is 2013 to the mid 20s. So yeah, they're still kind of like forming. They're old 313 right now.
Yeah. So I can't speak to that, but I have younger Gen Z like family or whatever, and they're nostalgic for when they were younger, but like it's a different thing. You know, like they miss the shows that were on or whatever, but like it's not. They don't feel like it was like a romantic time.
I would imagine, like, I'm thinking about like my younger cousin. I would assume he's nostalgic for Five Nights at Freddy's at this point. He was very young and he was super into it. And that was what, 8 years ago? Maybe even 10 years ago?
I think about that with Fortnite, like people getting older or Call of Duty, just random things people can be nostalgic for that are newer. I've said before that I think 9/11 seems like the hinge point. And it was, but I think it's also a coincidence. Like that's a whole geopolitical thing that changed the world, but like it just so happens to be placed perfectly at the beginning of the millennium when the 90s were over. Because that's the other thing that I think is really important. And this is the shit that pisses me off and people seem to not understand it, is that, so like 1990 is part of the 80s. 2000 is part of the 90s.
Right.
Because there is no year zero. Again, we know this fluently from Seinfeld, but like, and that's what taught me. That's like what really, it's so funny. One of those things we always talk about what we learned from video games. It's like one of those things where I'm like, that I remember that all the time. I'm like, yeah, there is no year zero. It starts at 1. Therefore, there has to either be a 9-year decade somewhere or the decades include the zero. So 2000. So the 90s really do encapsulate that whole thing. And then 9/11 happens, like right when the millennium turns. You know, and so it really, it did cap off like with this, there was something special about that era. And so I wanted to just acknowledge that, like, yes, Monty, everything sucks. Like, I
don't think it changed with 9/11 though, to be honest. I think it was the smartphone.
The smartphone.
I think the smartphone did it.
Well, yeah, certainly that. I mean, the smartphone broke me. And I've said a million times, like, if I were a child today, I'd be done.
Yeah.
Finished. I mean, it's easy enough to make fun of them for not being able to read. And we do that all the time. But like, can you blame them?
Yeah.
I mean, like, really, like I read books prodigiously. We had no choice. Like, it's just a different, it's just a different thing, man. I don't know, but it's funny that I'm a millennial and you guys are millennials, but we're on totally opposite ends of the spectrum. I'm considered, I guess, elder millennial.
Yeah.
Geriatric
millennial. I never heard the term elder millennial until my nephews told me that that's what I was. And I was like, oh, okay. Because I feel spiritually like I'm with Generation X, but it's because my 3 siblings are all Generation X. And so that's just kind of the situation in which I came up in, but I'm not Gen X, myself. So,
yeah,
like you guys are kind of spiritually Gen Z in a way. And I think Gen Z has been used as an insult, but really it started in the 90s. The first Gen Z people I think were born in 96, 97, something like that. So
that's what happens with every, the people used millennial that way also.
Right. Yeah. Everyone hates millennials.
So it's like, we're in like 90, I'm like late 93. So like us, like December 93. So ostensibly 94, which is like, that's like in like that weird kind of transitionary period. Like I have more in common with like, because I have nieces and nephews who are like, I think about like maybe like 5 years younger than me because they're like my half sister's kids. And I have more in common with them than I do with like elder millennials. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What the fuck is Beast Wars?
Beast Wars.
I don't know what any of this. I don't know what any of this is.
I think the only thing all of us agree, like Gen X, Millennial, Gen Z, I'm sure Gen Alpha will come around to this too, although they're going to be older, and so they probably won't even really get to experience it fully. We all hate the baby boomers. That's the thing I think we can all kind of agree on. We all hate them.
They kind of fucked everything up.
I know plenty of people in that generation that are wonderful people, like my parents, for instance. But generationally, yeah, they fucking shat the bed, man. They really did. They really did. And what's funny is that their parents and grandparents were the really tough ones.
Yeah.
So
they pretend to be their grandparents,
right? Like the greatest generation would be like the Depression and World War II people.
Yeah.
And then the silent generation are the ones that came up during the Depression, that were born in the Depression, and then they had the baby boomers, who were born into the post World War II American boom. And then they took it and then they fucked it up. And then they bestowed it upon us. Which we appreciate.
The parents were eating nothing but potatoes for like 20 straight years. And then like they inherited like this crazy boom. And then they're like, I bought my house for $1 and a banana. And it's like, it's fucking insane. Ridiculous.
People are sitting on incredible real estate wealth right now. Older people. And the one thing I don't understand, and I see this a lot, is like, now, I mean, I don't know how my parents would feel about this. None of my siblings really need their help, which is good. Like their economic help, everyone's doing fine. But like this generation is like sitting on an enormous amount of wealth and allowing their kids and grandkids to like fucking, swim around in bullshit instead of like helping them in some way. And I just couldn't imagine having like that much means and the ability to like do something about it and not do something about it, I guess is what I'm saying. So
yeah.
Shitty situation. Monty, you're absolutely right. Thanks for bringing the entire show down. All right. Let's get into the news of the week now. A few things to get into this week. Nothing too crazy, but a few things that I think are fascinating to talk about. I wanted to start with kind of an FYI or a PSA at the very top. This comes from gamesindustry.biz, although this is circulating around the industry. If you are an American, like the three of us are, and like most of our audience is, but not all of our audience, and you purchased a video game from PlayStation Network between spring 2019 and the end of the calendar year 2023, you may be eligible to join a class action suit that has already passed muster and whatever about anti-competitive conduct due to monopolization of digital games, in which Sony has to pay out something like $8 million in PSN vouchers to people who bought specific games. Basically I had to go read about like what this is all about. I tried to read the lawsuit and I like glossed over like 3 pages and I'm like, I can't do this. So then I started trying to just read like more synopses. What basically happened is that in spring of 2019, and I don't really remember this, but I guess this is what happened. is that Sony pulled digital vouchers for all of their games. So like you used to be able to buy digital vouchers both in store and online. I don't know if you guys ever did this for like, you could go buy like, oh, I want to buy Wild Arms or something. And then you would just be able to go and buy a voucher for it. And like from a third party. And Sony shut that all down. So this basically made you have to go to the PSN to buy games digitally at the price that they're asking. In other words, there's no competitive balance there if you look at it from that perspective. So they pulled this in 2019, and these guys, so this law firm, Severi Law Firm, led a class action suit against them, claiming that this violated antitrust law. And in 2024, they actually won the case, and this has been passing, I guess, some sort of legal muster since then about how they will execute on this, how the monies will be paid out or whatever. So as I understand it, you can go to psndigitalgamessettlement.com. That's the URL. psndigitalgamessettlement.com. There, you will find a full list of games. And here it is for you guys if you want to see it.
Yeah, I'm looking at them now.
There is, I don't know, I would call this 100 games or so, that if you purchased one of these games between spring 2019 and end of year 2023, you're eligible for a part of $8 million in PSN credits that will probably come down to like a few dollars per game per person. Is it really worth your time to do this? And by the way, as I understand, yeah, I put into your wallet digitally. Is it worth it? I don't know. This is the kind of, I feel like this is kind of spurious and weird to like sue over, but to each their own. Now, the reason I wanted to bring this up is this isn't some sort of fringe thing. The games on this list are big games. There's some irrelevant shit on here too, like beach buggy racing and shit like that. But like, for instance, if you bought Battlefront, if you bought Demon Souls, Persona 4 Golden, if you bought Destiny or Destiny 2, Call of Duty Classic, if you bought God of War Collection, the Uncharted games, Resogun, Journey, Until Dawn, Dead Nation.
Okami HD is on here.
Yeah, like, so I guess the rules were, Chris, and this is what I was looking into, is like, so the vouchers for this, for games to be eligible, vouchers had to have been available before vouchers were pulled entirely. And the vouchers must have sold, this is like, I'm like, who comes up with this shit? The vouchers must have sold more than 200 copies each. So there must have been a demand for the vouchers.
Right.
It's a weird one. But anyway, go check it out if you're interested. And maybe you can make a few bucks. Again, the URL is psndigitalgamesettlement.com. Are you guys going to go and we're almost all certainly eligible for something on this. But I'm not going to, because I spend thousands of dollars a year on PSN. There's no doubt I bought something in here. But I'm fine. I don't need to go through all this.
Yeah, I don't need this at all. I do think it's funny. Like, I'm a Bungie guy, right? But like, I look at Destiny 2 on here, and I'm like, that's one of the few games where I'm like, you probably should be able to get something, because they did delete like half of that game.
Yeah.
I understand why, as a player, like why they would do that, but like at the same time, I think like from a basic standpoint of like the basic rules of commerce, where it's just like, hey, come on, I buy a thing, I should have it. They kind of got away with.
They were too cute by half with a lot of that shit. I get what they're doing, I guess, and you would know better than me, but I assume it's to like, obviously, it's like the Disney Vault. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Where it's like, this is going into the Disney Vault, so you better buy this fucking VHS right now. Kind of shit. And I felt like they were probably doing that. Plus, because it's an online game, they're probably trying to drive player count to things and keep them populated, right? You would assume as well.
I mean, I don't want to get into a whole thing with it, but like, I think they were updating the game pretty drastically to the point where like the things that they were adding would have broken previous campaigns. The way they were designed, they didn't account for certain things. Also, it's old content that people weren't really playing anyway. And as a player, I could tell you, like, nobody who was playing the game gave a shit, but principally, like, from the principle of I buy a thing, I should have it. Mm-hmm. It is a problem. But like, I wasn't sad to see like that first campaign go, because like you play that the first week and then it's done, you know. And then you're moving on to the new shit, because that's what those games thrive on. But I don't know. What are you losing? Okami? Like, yeah, I don't know. This is kind of strange.
I don't know if it's
I
like,
get that it's a voucher thing, but it's just odd.
I don't know. What I would assume is that the number is going to be divisible, because Push Square was saying, you know, they had some interesting information about this will come out to like $2 or $3 per person. I don't know where they got that from. I don't know if it's per person per game, I should say. I don't know if would it be the $8 million or $7.8 million divided by the number of people? So if that's true, then you would actually want no one to know about this to keep his. I don't know. I don't know if that's how it works. It must work like that somehow. And then the lawyers have to get paid too. So
yeah.
They're not like doing it for free. This is like the kind of shit. I don't know. To me, I'm like, whatever. It's a legal remedy. You're allowed to sue these companies. It's fine. We were talking about this the other day. I get afraid of needling these companies too much, where like they start to really get annoying because they have to protect themselves in some weird way. And as opposed to like being flexible on both ends. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Dustin, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was looking at the list because, I mean, especially during this era, I would have been entirely physical if possible. But there are some digital exclusive games that I think I would qualify for, like The Witness and Journey.
But did you buy those games between 2019 and 2023?
That's a good question.
Probably not. I mean, you probably bought Journey in 2012.
Well, not the PS3 version.
Oh, the PS4 version. Yeah.
I played the PS4 version when it came out. So I will have to look, but I do think that Sony getting rid of the vouchers is stupid and a way for them to try to exclusively monopolize their digital purchases on the PlayStation Store. So, I mean, both Xbox and Nintendo have these vouchers as well. And I don't think they've gotten rid of them. Last I checked, I definitely know that Switch still has them. So if I'm eligible for a few games and it adds up to like $10 and it takes me 15 minutes to sign up, then why not? Yeah. I'll go through it. I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, because I would assume you're gonna have to connect your PSN ID somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I assume this is all gonna have to be done manually. Then they're probably gonna have a little mark in your back and be like, this guy is a problem. Yeah, I mean, it is. Let me say this though. I feel like I'm coming down on the side of corporations recently, and I don't necessarily like that, but in our conversations, but you own a store, right? Like a brick and mortar store. We always use Walmart as an example, but it could be anything. And you sell like tchotchkes. I just went to Walmart and bought, I love my plants, right? So I just bought a bunch of new pots and some soil and stuff. And you go into Walmart and you buy it. Now, there's nothing about, Sony has obviously a lot of these games are exclusive, but a lot of them aren't. I can't like go in there with third-party money or like, so I was like, all right, this shit is cheaper at Lowe's. So I'm going to go to Lowe's and somehow extract the money from them. And then I'm going to go to Walmart and I'm going to buy the shit at Lowe's prices. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there isn't something that's not so clean cut about this. It's their store. Like, if they want to say, like, this is what it costs, we don't like this circumvention of the pricing anymore. I don't really see how that's a problem. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
Because if you don't want to buy Tukaiden or whatever one of the games is on there, go on fucking Steam and buy it. Go buy it physically. Go buy it used.
Well, they're trying to get you to not do that.
I understand that, but does what am I saying make any sense at all? Like, I don't know how much control you should be allowed to have on the operation of a private storefront. To be like, no, you have to offer the games this way too. It's like, well, why? That cuts into our profit margin. That's why that's obviously why Sony doesn't want to do it.
Yeah.
So, and I understand, like, you go to Target, Xbox section is all those game cards. I get that, like, there's people that still do, and Switch, that's a huge thing there too. I get that. But I think it's okay for a storefront to say, like, no, we want to control this point of sale. The game costs what it costs.
Right.
I don't think there's anything really wrong with that, personally. I don't mean, I don't know if people out there, I'm sure people out there disagree.
I think in a vacuum, that makes sense. I guess it's also in the context of, it's in the broader context of a lot of other things being done as well, like the the lack of physicals kind of taking a back seat, and I feel like there was something in the news kind of recently about the dynamic pricing. These kinds of weird. I understand what you're saying, and I agree generally. Like, I've never used a voucher. I think the premise of them kind of feels like there's like a middleman thing going on, and I just hate the idea of that. Like, I just want to be direct. But it does come under the context of a whole other host of problems. If it was just this in isolation, I don't think it would have been as big of a deal. I think it's this in addition to everything that surrounds it.
Right. I wonder. I guess what I would assume about those codes is that they're bought gross at like some sort of markup, very similar to physical games, and then I guess they could be sold for whatever you wanted to sell them for, but you would lose money. So from that perspective, it doesn't really hurt Sony, unless they wanted to get undercut by like some really aggressive consumer product like Target or something wanted to be like, yeah, we're just going to undercut everything on PSN, but it's like you already paid for those cards. So I don't know how it works, but to me, it just doesn't. I don't feel like this is something worth suing over. There's like a lot of problems, and I don't think this is one of them, in my opinion. But because what they're basically saying is like you're not getting a different product. Like Grand Theft Auto 5 on PSN and Grand Theft Auto 5 gotten on PSN via a voucher are the same thing. And I think what they're saying is like, why would we sell that when you can just come to the PSN and get it? Like, what is even the purpose of like
maybe
other
you have
than
a
gifting?
gift card
for
that retailer, or
wait, what'd you say?
Maybe you have a gift card for that retailer that sells it. Maybe you are uncomfortable with using your credit card on the internet, which I know is very, very minor at this point.
Well, that's like antiquated. That was the thing. I was even nervous about that. Like when I was in college, like when I remember when I went on Netflix and I finally got Netflix in like 2004 or something like that. And I was like, I don't know about this.
Yeah. Maybe you want to pay in cash.
Yeah. I mean,
or the card. I mean, the thing for me is just that while it may not be relevant, I think it is important that consumers have options on how they want to pay for something. And Sony will continually push out all these things until they have total control from, I mean, if you look at first party, it's like practically a top-down monopoly where it's like, we make the games for our hardware and we sell them to you end to end. And maybe that's okay. But I mean, we've talked about on the show before, like where PSN prices are often astronomically higher than a physical game.
Yeah. Yeah, the margins are better and there's no splits, which is another thing. So like they actually get 2 bites at the apple, which I understand that would be frustrating from the outside.
Yeah.
But why would they split money with it? It's what we always say about PlayStation Direct. It's like, well, why would you? I would be running as much of my commerce through PlayStation Direct at this point if I were them. It's like, cut everyone out. Who gives a fuck? Because like what you're saying, it's an end-to-end vertical monopoly, and it is. I wonder if has anyone ever tried to sue over this? I guess like maybe Nintendo, withstanding some of the lawsuits in the 80s and 90s about trying to break open the NES, would be some sort of predicate for this. But like to me, it's like that is their ecosystem. Of course, it's a monopoly. It's like it would be like going after Apple for being like, yeah, everything Apple does is for iOS. It's like, yeah.
Well, Apple did get sued, and now they have to. Isn't there a thing they need to allow third-party app stores?
Yeah, wasn't it the
Epic Games
Epic lawsuit?
Yeah.
I don't think I don't know that that's a good thing. I remember I was talking about this when that happened. And I think a lot of it, it came up when Epic laid everyone off. We were talking about their legal bills and stuff. I don't know that I like that. I think a lot of these lawsuits happen on behalf of people, and I'm like, I don't want you to change it. Like, I like this proprietary thing they do because it means that like they care about this thing, and it's good, and it is good. It's great.
I think it's very trusting of a brand.
Yeah,
it is.
To not take advantage of you later on once they have full control.
But they've had full control for decades, right?
No, between the cards and the physical games, like I would say it's very recent.
Oh, we're back talking about Sony now.
Sony, Sony.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just saying in general, but like Apple too. I mean, they had total control top to bottom of the App Store and anything on the iPhone. And
to me, I find no issue with that. That I know that's been broken open, but now we're going to deal with, like, I think that's like a Pandora's box in some way.
but that
if I wanted to be on Android, I'd be on Android.
Right,
Sure.
but I do think that's the first step of enshittification, really. Is making sure there's really no reason. There's no reason to improve. There's no alternative. If there is a better thing out there, then there's no way for that better thing to get to you. It is kind of the first step to the degradation of a lot of these things. Is like ensuring that, like, oh, hey, you know what? We had the iPhone. Do we remember the App Store? You'd buy. Guess what you used to do on the App Store? You used to buy an app, and it would be like $1 or $2, and it would do the thing forever. Now it's like really basic shit. I saw an app because I was like looking for like a planner app because I was just like, I don't like the calendar on iOS. Like it doesn't work for me. Like it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. I want something that's like a little bit more like in my face. And every planner is fucking a subscription.
Yep.
Everything. Menial apps that used to be like, I bet even that stupid, do you remember that iPhone like drink beer app thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet even that's a fucking subscription. You have to, you know what I mean? Like you have to pay to keep access
Didn't
to
that
it.
guy make millions of dollars on that app or something like that? It was so.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
Because it was like one of the
smart.
first apps or whatever, like one of the first viral apps, I think.
Smart.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is. I don't know. I feel a bunch of different ways about it, but I generally err on the side of you don't want to give these people too much control over everything.
Right. I do think like, because I mean, bringing up Steam, because like Steam was also like Apple, where I believe, Colin, you'll know, is a 30% cut. Is it?
Yeah,
Steam?
I think it's actually less than that until you reach
Less.
$1 million, and then it grows, and then it goes up to 30.
Oh yeah.
So when you have another store, I mean, in this case with Steam, it's the Epic Game Store. I was like, I felt so conflicted about it that I wanted there to be another store to compete with Steam in order to maybe drive down those prices eventually you would assume that some of that prices pass down to consumers, but also just that there's a competition between Steam and another store. The problem is Epic Game Store did it in a way that made people actively hate them. So tying it back to Apple, it's like Apple takes their 30%. And I guess their argument, which is valid, is like, well, we keep everything secure for our customers. Everything is run through us and has to be up to a certain level of quality, which arguably, I guess it's quality in that hopefully an app you download from the App Store isn't going to fuck up your phone. Is it going to be a good app? Who knows? But if there's other stores that can lower a reduced fee for publishing and any kind of microtransaction you do on it that becomes popular, then there's competition between them and Apple, and that's good. Is it worth the loss of Apple's quality standards? I don't know. It hasn't been around long enough to see. I don't know how locked down the iPhone is outside of the App Store.
Yeah, I think, well, it's as we say about Steam versus PSN versus Switch and so on and so forth. Like there should just be options at the consumer level so that you can join into any ecosystem that you want. But I don't think that like there being a closed down. What I don't like about it is people coming in. Everyone knows what Apple is. It's been this way forever. I mean, literally since the 70s. But it makes things for itself. It only started adopting other people's shit when it felt like it had to. And even remember, even the original iPod didn't work unless you had an Apple computer. Then like the iPod would only work with music you bought from Apple. And slowly they did break it open and like you could like download MP3s and whatever, do what you want to do. And I understand that, but I don't like people coming in to these places that are well established and being like, you know what? I want it to be like this other thing. It's like that other thing exists. Just go over there. Like if you want Android, go there and fuck around with it. I don't give a fuck. I don't want it. I don't want anything to do with that style of openness. I'm not sophisticated enough for it. I don't like it. And I don't think it's a high quality. Like I've been with Apple long enough, certainly as an iPhone user, especially where I'm like, this is insanely high quality. Like insanely high quality, in my opinion. Don't fuck with it. Just leave it alone. That's my whole thing. Like this is not worth fucking with. And clearly everyone agrees, at least in the United States. I know that iPhone is not prevalent in a lot of places in the world, but in the United States, everyone has an iPhone. And so it's like, why are you fucking with it? That's my thing. And but you're right. I mean, it's not out of corporate allegiance because I barely spend money. Like I use an iPhone SE. Actually, I was reminded of it because I had to use like the Gmail authenticator, and it like on my browser was like, go to your iPhone SE and type in the number or whatever. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So I'm not even a real big Apple consumer. I just like what they do. And the same thing with PlayStation. It's like, I think it's awesome that we have all these other storefronts to compete with them, but like, don't fuck with this. Let this live or die based on what it is. Don't try to make it into that other thing.
Sure.
If that makes sense. Went way longer on that than I anticipated. But it is an interesting story. So yeah, go check that out if you want. Again, psndigitalgamesettlement.com. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about Take-Two. Strauss Zelnick's been doing interviews, CEO of Take-Two. Obviously, he comes up all the time on the show, but I guess they're getting ready to talk more. And so he spoke with Bloomberg, and then there's some other things about Take-Two as well that came from GameFile, which is a pay-for newsletter of sorts that circulates in game spaces. So we'll get into all of that. Bloomberg, though, begins with writing about this. They say Take-Two CEO says Grand Theft Auto 6 expectations are quote unquote terrifying. Thought there were some interesting things for us to pull from here. It says Strauss Zelnick, the chief executive officer of video game publisher Take-Two Interactive Software Inc., has overseen a lot of big releases in nearly 2 decades on the job, but none have been as massive as Grand Theft Auto 6, which is expected to be one of the biggest entertainment launches of all time when it arrives on November 19th. Anything less than an earth-shaking blockbuster would be seen as a disappointment by analysts and investors, so the stakes are high for the crime title developed by Take-Two's Rockstar Games subsidiary. The company has already delayed the release twice from its originally scheduled debut last year. So Zelnick said the following when he was at the Interactive Innovation Conference in Las Vegas and talked to Bloomberg. He said, quote, I think our goal is to deliver to consumers something that's never been experienced before. Being on the sidelines, but pretty close to the front of the sidelines is very, very exciting and terrifying because the expectations are so high, end quote. Jason Schreier, who wrote this, notes that GTA 5 is the second best-selling game of all time at 225 million copies sold. And that the new game has been in development forever, has cost an enormous amount of money, and that some analysts expect that it'll sell 25 million units on the first day. Zelnick said the following about all this. I thought this was really interesting. He says, quote, at a lower level, that's true of Take-Two's entire business plan on the console side. Development costs have gone up, and we really do aim to deliver the highest quality entertainment on earth, and that is costly. And AI influence is notwithstanding. We haven't seen those costs decline yet. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. So that's the end of the quote. Then Jason writes, Take-Two's strategy is to make blockbuster games, according to Zelnick. To do that, the company has to spend more freely than rivals who may be targeting a much lower number of units sold. Here's what he said about this quote. That's a high stakes game for big boys only. And I'm cool with it. End quote. Jason continues, early indications are that Grand Theft Auto 6 will shatter sales records. The 2 trailers released so far have combined for nearly 500 million views on YouTube, and other big video games are steering clear of November releases to avoid the competition. Zelnick says this, quote, we never claim success before it occurs. We have... Oh, what happened?
Sorry.
What was that?
It was my phone.
What happened?
Someone texted me and I thought it was important, and I clicked something. It's okay.
Unbelievable.
These things happen.
Zelnick said the following to Jason, quote, we never claim success before it occurs. We have the most amazing creative teams. We not only encourage them to pursue their passions, we insist that they do it. We try to give them unlimited financial, creative human resources, and they aim to deliver perfection, end quote. This is interesting. Big talk, I think. The thing that people are pulling out of this, by the way, and it's worth noting, is that it seems like this confirms that PlayStation has the marketing deal for this game, which is going to be huge. And that was the story that was circulating about this piece. But I think there's way more interesting stuff in here than that. Because to me, that's cool to get confirmation about that. But that's obvious, especially with the leak of the GTA Online numbers. 2/3 of Grand Theft Auto's business goes through PlayStation. There's just no way that they weren't going to obviously do something with them. And if they can offload the marketing cost of Grand Theft Auto 6 on the Sony partially, or maybe even wholly, I don't know why you wouldn't do that. So, because they talk a little bit about on the end of this piece, if people want to go read it on Bloomberg, about why they're going to console first and not PC. And he was saying that, like, well, we're basically trying to serve our core audience, and there's just no denying that core audience of these games is on console. And the numbers themselves speak out about that. Grand Theft Auto Online is actually really weak on PC compared to any of the consoles, including Xbox. So, So anyway, Dustin, let's go to you first about this. What do you take out of this? There's some interesting stuff here about the big game that they're playing here, pardon the pun, of trying to align cost with quality and expectations, and knowing that this is a huge endeavor that they either need to nail, or the entire publisher can collapse based on the amount of money that they spent on all of this. But what I'm surprised about it, Dustin, is that he seems pretty confident, because he's using pretty big terminology like perfection, that we give them unlimited money. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Unlimited. So what do you think?
I was thinking about this, like what could possibly happen that could make this game not be a success between now and launch? Is there anything you can think of that would make people decide, like people that are in the millions that are planning on buying this day one, that would make them decide no? Maybe if they were to do, months ago we were talking about will GTA 6 be $100? Certainly that would make some people decide not to buy it. Would that extra price recoup all of those people? Because many people like us and listeners of the podcast would still buy it anyway. Would it be some kind of bad PR thing as they start to show the game a little bit more? I don't think so. Like, I feel like it's so locked in. It's like, yeah, there is nothing reasonable that they could do that would make this game not be the biggest launch of all time.
Yeah.
And I say reasonable because it's like, yeah, they could show it and it looks like a PlayStation 1 game. It's like, that's not going to happen.
Well, I think that that's what I was going to say, unfortunately for them, because the only thing that can really have hurt the game, I think, is if it leaked. Like if someone actually had it like very early somehow. And I just don't think that's because then you can like really dive into it and make it look however you want and show whatever you want out of any context. But I just don't think that that's even really possible. So.
Right. And if it leaked because it's only coming out on PlayStation and Xbox, the amount of people that would be able to play the leaked code is so low. So you wouldn't have like a Nintendo situation where Tears of the Kingdom is someone steals it from a warehouse a week beforehand and then it's uploaded and there are so many soft modded Switches that could play it that may or may not affect sales. I guess it could leak the entire story out. Is that going to affect the sales of the game even? I don't think so.
No, I think it will, but not enough to make it a failure. Like this is so locked in as like a guaranteed, like it really is crazy. I think people are going to find out, this game could launch as, I really think this game could launch as like PS4 day one Cyberpunk and still make a stupid fucking, like it probably would still recoup all of its money in like a day.
Oh, definitely. Easy.
Because there just wouldn't be enough time to even process that. People would just be curious. It's so big. There's people going to be buying it. There's people going to be playing it that like don't pay attention to. Like, I would imagine the overwhelming majority of the people who play GTA Online are not even aware of like the broader games industry and like what it does and like who the players are. It is one of the more casual, massive successes that exists. And so even if something were to happen catastrophically, your average person who plays is just going to be like, oh, there's a new Grand Theft Auto out. Cool. I'm going to go buy it.
Right. It's going to be an interesting situation with this game from multiple fronts.
Yeah.
One thing I'm interested in is when the advertising is really going to start. I was talking a little bit about this with Micah since we watch football so prodigiously. And I was like, I imagine football is going to be covered with GTA beginning in October, maybe right away, right when the season begins in September. Like, you imagine that they're going to have a huge spend with the NFL. And another thing I was considering, this wouldn't be unlike what actually would be a little less dramatic even than what happened with Grand Theft Auto 5, because GTA 5 famously had that PS3 bundle. And then there was the PS4 bundle as well when it came out. I wonder if that's the plan here. Because one thing I was thinking about this, should PlayStation 6 come out next year, which it seems like it's going to, there is kind of a double-edged sword here where you sell a shit ton of PS5s right before PS6 comes out on the back of this game, and then you kind of satiate some sort of latent demand. And I wonder if the plan is to do it with PS5 and then do it with PS6. And have a PS6 native version of the game either ready at launch or the next year or whatever they did with GTA 3 or GTA 5, because I think that's kind of that's a complication. I mean, it's a good complication in the moment, but that's a bad complication actually for the long term. I don't know that you would consider it so bad because they're going to make so much money on it, but something I was considering. You want people to kind of buy PS6s. Like, obviously you want to sell as many PS5s as possible. I also wonder if they're going to drop the price, which is something that I imagine they might do, or at least subsidize the games, give it away for free, pay for the copy of the game.
I would imagine, I'm not going to be on your Sacred Symbols Plus episode predicting the PS6 launch lineup, but I would imagine history is going to repeat itself, where I believe it was the reveal of the PS5. The first thing we saw was the Rockstar logo, and they were showing GTA 5 on PlayStation 5 and saying it's coming. And I think that'll happen with PlayStation 6 when it's shown.
Yeah.
It'll be like, hey, will it be ready at launch? GTA 5 took way longer than I think anyone expected for its PS5 version. So, but I think they will be like, just so you know, guys, the GTA 6 is going to be better than ever on PlayStation 6 at the same time.
As far as you selling units, like I think you can quantify it, but it's going to be pretty unthinkable, I think, how many PS5s Sony sells based on this thing. If they can readjust the price back downward, which is entirely based on the tensions of the economic market with components, and or subsidize Grand Theft Auto in some way, which I think would be pretty dangerous because you're looking at subsidizing potentially millions of copies of the game. I mean, it would be a lot of money, but it would cost them hundreds of millions of dollars to do it, in addition to all of the marketing and everything else. I don't know if you really want to do that. I mean, that's a lot of money, but you could push a lot of PS5s. And then you have what we've been saying, or at least what I've been saying, is that I think we're going to end with a pretty nice run of games on PS5. And so you'll want to be there for that. And, whether it's intergalactic, and so on and so forth. So and Venom, obviously, and all these other things. Although I assume Venom's probably going to be on PS6. I wouldn't be surprised if Venom was a PS6 launch game. That's going to be on both, just like Miles.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is a very interesting situation, but I think PlayStation is going to benefit so much from.
Here's a question.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah.
Something I just thought. I mean, Sony doesn't really have any control at this point, and they might as well take advantage of trying to sell PlayStation 5s for GTA 6. But at the same time, does selling a shit ton of PS5s now, or, in November, create a problem when they try to sell the PlayStation 6, where a large amount of people are like, I just bought a PS5 though? Well,
this is what I was saying there is going to be some sort of tension they're going to have to solve with this. I think it is not as dramatic though as what happened with PS3, because remember, Grand Theft Auto 5 came out months before PS4 launched, and they still launched the PS3 console with the bundle. I think it was easier to move people over at that time. Remember also that Grand Theft Auto 5 on PS3 couldn't be played on PS4. So, I think it's going to be, that's what I was saying. It's like in the short term, it's a problem.
Term, yeah.
In the medium and long term, no, I'm sorry. In the short term, it's good. In the medium and long term, it could be a problem just because people are going to be committed to this. That's why I think the funniest thing about this to me is just that Sony is going to benefit so much more from this game than any game they ever made, to the point where, like, really looking at it, it's like, damn, like, you are going to sell more consoles on the back of this third-party game than you would have sold of like a new Uncharted or something. And because your Uncharted fans probably already have a PlayStation, this is their last major chance to make this thing go. And that's why I think that the new pricing parameters have made it more complicated. This guess I had, but like that the PS5 will probably outsell the PS4 based on things like this. I think pricing now is going to kind of constrain that. but we'll see. If PS6 also comes out and it's whatever price and they really precipitously drop the PS5's price, that's also going to sell millions of units, especially in emerging markets in the third world and stuff. So we'll see what happens. But the bigger thing, not the bigger thing, but the other thing here just to focus on is just their level of confidence. I'm just surprised by Zelnick willing to say things. He's saying like he believes in the game. I think you can understand, like, and he obviously knows what it is. They've seen it deeply. His people have seen it and played it, and they know everything about it. But I think he says, quote, "I think here our goal is to deliver to consumers something that's never been experienced before." These are things you don't say if you like. You would definitely not double down. You would say if you were like not confident, you'd say things like, "Well, it's a Grand Theft Auto game. People are going to understand what it is when they play it, and it's going to be great." Well, you would temper things. And he says, quote, "Being on the sidelines, but pretty close to the front lines is very exciting and terrifying because the expectations are so high." Well, he's like doubling and tripling the expectations by speaking like this about the game, which I think is great. Because I said before, we all agree on this. Your expectations for this game should be out of control, high. And now he's basically telling you they should be. And I don't think you should really ignore that.
No.
Quote, "That's a high stakes game for big boys only, and I'm cool with it," end quote, is a pretty baller statement. They have billions of dollars riding on this thing. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
I just wonder when we see it, man, because I'm always surprised if you look at the reveal trailers for, particularly Red Dead Redemption 2, and then when it came out, that this is not a situation. I don't think Rockstar, I don't want to say never, but their games don't get downgraded as many other companies we've seen where it's like, oh, you see the E3 trailer and then when it comes out, you're like, it doesn't look quite that good.
Yeah, they're not Watch Dogs or something.
Yeah, they're not Watch Dogs. They get significantly more impressive. And there's like videos breaking down like the beer bottles have realistic liquid physics inside of them, which of course is not going to appeal to everybody. There's a million jokes online where it's like people lay out like, look, the railroad workers in Red Dead Redemption realistically lay out and hammer stuff. And it's like, okay, but does that make the game more fun? And to me, kind of. It's not going to be more fun to everybody, but if you appreciate finer details, then sure.
If you look at a game as simulation, then it's very impressive, yes.
It's not something that I want out of every or most video games, but out of Rockstar, it is what I want.
Yeah, right. Like
because they've shown that they've shown that they're really good at it, and so like I want to see you do what you're really good at. Which Red Dead Redemption 2 convinced me. It's like, oh, it's building this like real, it's building this kind of simulated reality in a way that very few will pour the resources and time into doing. And so like, yeah, absolutely.
Am I remembering correctly that Rockstar purchased, was it one of the companies that does RP servers or something at some point?
I know what I remember that vaguely. I believe, I don't know, I don't have any information on this obviously, but like I really do think that they're going to really double down on whatever GTA Online is.
Yeah, it's CFX.RE that they bought.
That's going to be really interesting because I think the idea of RP is much cooler for a general audience, much cooler than it actually is. It's like, wow, you get to play as a mechanic and you log in and you do a job and you role play. Yeah. Like, it's like, that sounds kind of cool, but I bet you the moment to moment is not very fun.
Oh no, I bet. Yeah.
But so can Rockstar make a more general audience RP mode? That would be kind of interesting. That is fun for a general audience.
I think they're going to build something weird, man. Like I'm expecting. I've said this before, and I don't know why I'm so intrigued by this idea because it probably isn't all that doable or even all that worth it. But like it would be so interesting if like because we all know about like especially in the last 2 GTA games where like you have the phone as like a central kind of UI. Like I wonder if there will be like. You pull out your phone and you can record something going on in the world and post it to an in-game feed. Like I wonder if you'd be able to scroll on your phone in GTA 5 or GTA 6.
Dude,
like through like a real news feed of videos from other people playing the game. You know what I mean? Like it just, I'm so fascinated. Not that I would care that much about doing that, but just the fact that effort is being done. And I don't know if that's what they're doing, but when you say things like something that's never been experienced before, I don't look at that necessarily as just meaning like a really highly detailed single player story. You know what I mean? Like that strikes me as we have seen that before. You've done that before. What you're indicating to me is that you're going to do something more than you've done, and I have to assume that's built under the framework of whatever this new GTA Online is going to be. If they're even doing it, like I wonder if GTA 5 still makes so much money. That is another thing too. Like, will they keep both of them running? And I don't know. I'm fascinated endlessly by this game. I'm really excited.
Me too.
To see like what becomes of it. It's also the last truly big game that we know about. Like, there's gonna be Elder Scrolls later, but like even that's gonna be like nothing in comparison to this. So
yeah, you got me thinking. An in-game GTA Online TikTok, creator that you could become like, oh, I'm viral, and they'll have some stupid name for it, like Talk Tick or something. I don't know.
Right? Yeah.
Like you could have an account within it, and it's all with like that's.
I don't know. I feel like they're gonna do weird shit like that. I feel like they want to make it some kind of Second Life thing. Not exactly that, but like, you know, like I think they want to build upon whatever the roleplay scenario is, because that stuff makes a lot of people tune into that stuff. Still, it's underrepresented in like our feeds or whatever, but it's kind of like Roblox in some sense, where it's just like we don't see it often, but I mean, people endlessly engage with that shit. So
that's what I was about to say, Chris.
Yeah,
could it be possible that Rockstar makes Roblox for adults?
AAA Roblox.
But specifically could they create a user-generated content economy because that's where Roblox makes all their money, is people make stuff, they sell it within the game, they make money, but Rockstar takes a cut on each one.
Yeah, I really don't know.
That would be interesting. I mean, that would...
This is what's so exciting about whatever this game's going to be. It's just like there's so many potential ways that they can go, and each of them, every potential route for them feels both insane and possible, and so it's just a matter of like what it's going to be when we finally see it. And I'm not even that big of a GTA guy. I love GTA 4. GTA 5 actually for me was kind of like it was okay. Like I didn't get that into GTA 5. I think the split protagonist kind of fuck with me. I like having, you know, single character focus. But I mean, there's no doubt that like I'm so transfixed by whatever this is going to be. I'm excited. I'm watching it like a hawk.
I love the machinations of big things like companies and how the marketing, like how they're going to roll it out, what they're going to say, what they're going to talk about, their beats.
Yeah,
these are all planned, and they're being very coy. And I think Zelnick isn't speaking out of school, so I think that this is kind of laying the groundwork. And it is interesting. We've said before what money and time can do. They are themselves using the term unlimited. So with that kind of that means there are basically no holes barred. Like you can do it, like whatever you want. Like you can put 50 people on the phone app you're talking about, Chris, and have this entire in-game social network. You can, the big thing is Grand Theft Auto is entering, GTA Online has shown that this is really important, but it's a time economy, and they understand that they have to win there. They need to give you enough to never want to leave. And I think that that's what you're going to see. Whether or not it's any good or not, I think remains to be seen, but I think we all know it's going to be great.
I think what's exciting is that like, and we can move on after this, but like, I think we're so used to hearing about companies making a lot of money and like spending a lot of money on games, but I feel like so rarely do we see that money on screen. You know, we think about like the Callisto Protocol and how that costs like $200 something million, or what was it? Do you remember what it was?
I think it was 130. Yeah.
Yeah, and it just didn't feel like you play a game like that and you're like, why did like this didn't
162. 162.
You play a game like the Callisto Protocol, and I actually liked the Callisto. I thought it was okay. But you play that game and you're like, where did that money go? in a lot of ways because it just doesn't feel like it should have costed that much. And so I understand some people get a little bit reflexively like, well, GTA is going to be like AAA slop. It's going to be, like, it's going to be high. Oh, cool. Great motion capture. Like, whatever. Is the game fun or whatever? But I'm just like, the most tantalizing thing to me is to finally see like what $1 billion looks like on screen. Like to get something that's worth spending that money. Like prove to me that it was worth you spending all that money. And I think they reasonably can. Which is exciting. I don't need every game to cost $1 billion. Like, Lord knows, that's a completely horrible idea. But for the people who've shown that they can deliver like really high quality stuff, like Rockstar, I just like, I don't know. I just believe. That might be naive and I might be wrong, but like, I think they're going to do something really cool. At least I hope.
The last thing in postscript about this, I wanted to say something feel good thing for console gamers out there like me. Is I think people are constantly and reasonably so demeaning consoles about their increasing irrelevance, I guess, in a world of PC gaming. And it's interesting because Zelnick says, and obviously PC has gotten much bigger because he talks about NBA 2K going from 5% of sales to about 45 or 50% of sales from 2007 to today. But two things I wanted to say. There are maybe 120 million applicable modern consoles between PS5 and Xbox Series. And half or a little more than half of the sales of their biggest games are on those platforms. And the other half are on what could be literally 1 billion machines. So I think there's something to be said about that there still is massive power in the console space. And that is proven by the fact that they are not interested in releasing the game on PC right away. That the biggest entertainment release of all time, the biggest video game, certainly, that's ever going to be released, comparable to its era that it's coming out in, is a console exclusive. I think that's pretty significant and worth noting. And by the way, Jason says this. I don't know if it's because if it's him kind of thinking about it or if it's something Strauss said to him, but it's like PC gives them another marketing boost, which is what I was saying when we were talking about it, a few weeks ago. And people will buy the game again. So they can also take advantage of that. But like for all of the talk about the weakness of the console space, I don't think it's irrelevant to say like the biggest video game potentially ever is going to be on console. And you'll have to have a PlayStation or an Xbox to play it. And everyone's going to want to play it. And so big things are coming, I think. We'll keep an eye on GTA 6. Of course, I'm sure we'll have much to say about it as time goes on. All right. I'll stick with this. Strauss Zelnick was giving other interviews as well, I guess, while he was at this same conference in Vegas. I'm using Video Games Chronicle to talk about these because they both come from GameFile, which is Steven Totillo's paywalled newsletter and blog or whatever. His pieces go behind this thing. I don't have a subscription, but they said a couple things here I wanted to touch on. Dustin, I wanted to touch on this one first with you, the Civilization 7. Civ 7 obviously came out February last year, so it's a little more than a year old. And it did well commercially, but critically it has kind of struggled and people aren't crazy about it. Here's what he said about it. Quote, "Every time there's a new Civ, the team at Firaxis thinks about how do we push the envelope far enough that it makes sense to buy this new game, and how do we preserve what people love enough so that they're not disaffected? And we got it wrong with Civ 7. But it wasn't for want of trying. And again, I take responsibility for it. So we've made a bunch of fixes. We'll continue to make fixes. The game is really a good game, and it's certainly a profitable enterprise for us. But this is one where I think what we tried to do was a bridge too far from the consumer perspective." What do you think of that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I found it interesting that he takes responsibility for it from the top.
That's a real boss where the buck stops. I appreciate that about him. Yeah.
I have a controversial take on this that most people don't agree with, that there are 6 previous Civilization games. And so when a new one comes out, I very much support them trying new things. The controversial thing about Civ 7, and you can tell from the update and the comments on the YouTube video about the update, is that Civ 7 required you to change your civilization during the game. During one of the 3 each era, you change your civilization adapts and change. much like real history. Civilizations come and go, their leaders come and go, who they are. People did not like this. A lot of people didn't like it. And so that's what this update is that you will be able to play as the same civilization throughout the entire game, if you so choose. When this game came out, I played it hours, probably like, I don't know, 80 to 100 hours, maybe. I'm not sure. But I thought the changes were really great. It's not that everything was perfect in Civilization 7. There was definitely issues with it, particularly in its UI and the information that it either did or did not present to you. And so I felt frustrated with the Civilization community that they immediately rejected this game because I thought it was awesome. But again, I was in the minority, and clearly it had a bad effect on the brand. And so I think they're doing the right thing by changing and listening to the fans. But to me, this just says future Civilization games will be more and more safe and less ambitious in what they change, because Civ fans do not like change.
Yeah, it is a rock and a hard place of why maybe they should just consider not making new Civ games anymore and just endlessly, like World of Warcraft. Now, obviously, that could use a big upgrade, but people still play it by the millions every month, and it's 20 years old, 21 years old, and they just release shit for it. And maybe you just find the Civ that everyone loves, whatever that might be, or just make a Civ platform in the future. Maybe even make this really robust thing that incorporates all of the different rule sets, graphical styles, and just let people make their custom game. You know, I don't know. I am with you, and I am one of those Civ people. I'm not as big of a Civ fan as you, and especially your wife is, but I started with Civ 4, and I loved 4 and 5 and 6. And when 7 came out, I just went back, as you might recall, I just played 6 for like 50 hours last year. I was like, I don't even want to play 7. So you have to kind of know where your place is. But it's going to be hard for them to make money if they don't release new games. But the funny thing about this, Dustin, is that like if they just released a Civ 8 and it was what everyone wanted, then that's kind of, it almost makes it seem intentional.
Reskinned Civ 6.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what they want.
All right, so he talked a little bit about that with GameFile, and then I thought that was interesting, and I wanted to ask you about that, Dustin. But he also talked about Bioshock, and I thought we could all talk about this, but Chris, I thought this would be interesting to go over to you on. So as Video Games Chronicle reminds us, the new Bioshock game was first acknowledged back in 2019. And people that listen to this show will remember that I'm the person who leaked a bunch of the details about what that game was, that it was in an Antarctic setting and all of the rest. I don't know if any of that's true anymore because the game seems to be in some sort of stasis. What we understand about it is that the game's leadership, so like its director and producer and stuff, that were replaced last year after what Video Games Chronicle calls a, quote, disappointing internal review, end quote. So with that in mind, GameFile asked about Cloud Chamber's game to Zelnick, and if he was surprised that, and I guess the GameFile used the word like, are you surprised that you haven't gotten Bioshock out yet? I mean, the last Bioshock game came out 13 years ago. He said, quote, think about what surprise implies. This is another really straightforward answer. That's like one day everything's awesome, and the next day I'm like, holy shit. And I don't run businesses that way. But I think if you're saying disappointed, yes, deeply disappointed. So he was later asked to kind of expand on that. And he was saying, quote, he's feeling a lot better, end quote, about the project now. And as we discussed earlier this year, they think they have something good, but they don't think that that's sufficient for Bioshock. And he said, quote, I think finding the right creative purchase was hard, as it turns out. I think we, in retrospect, wasted a lot of time and money chasing down some creative alleys that turned out to be dead ends. And he said, what we do is a big team activity in the same way that making a movie is a team activity. And with big team activities, you can't necessarily tell how it's going to be until it all comes together or begins to come together. And that could take a while and can be very costly. But he said that, quote, right now we have a good game, but we are committed to delivering a great one. And actually, that was his comment last year. So that's where they stand now. Chris, what's going on why are they having such a hard time with Bioshock?
I mean, I think that's those are big shoes to fill. You can't put out a new Bioshock game and have it be just fine. You know, like it's especially after this long, there's some level of pressure. There's a legacy to live up to now. Even the retro, even though like there's like been a what would you even call it? Like a revisionism around Infinite to some extent. Like I don't think it's I don't think it's particularly debatable that game is pretty important and was very highly esteemed and did very well. And so I think it's difficult. The framework of BioShock is kind of narrow. So in some ways, like there's an expectation of what it should be. It's kind of like, okay, there's like a dystopia, the abilities and the guns, and then there's like supposed to be some really deep themes and some really big, I don't want to say twist necessarily, but something that really pulls the rug out from under you. And when you build that cadence, I think it's very easy to be like, well, if we do what everybody expects, then it, like if you're expecting a big twist in a dystopian BioShock game, right? And you get it, that's faithful and accurate, but it's also kind of disappointing because you're expecting that because it's BioShock. And I think what they're probably having a tough time figuring out is like, how do we get that vibe out of something when people are expecting it? Because the expectation of it kind of ruins it. And I could see why that's like a really tricky thing. There's only so many places you can go as well. Like the underwater was like really novel and fascinating and weird. The cloud city with like zeppelins is also, you know, inspired and interesting and strange. But like there really is only like underground, space,
yes.
which is like that's kind of what Ken Levine is doing right now, but also just what System Shock is before it. So that's kind of off the table. If it's just a tundra, it's not really, doesn't have the gravitas. Maybe like an ice city, maybe, like I don't know. I don't know what it's difficult to expand beyond that, because then you're getting into realms of like, are we just doing this to do it? I could see why, like, I do not envy the people who have to take up the mantle of BioShock. Like, that's I wouldn't even know where to begin. Like, I have endless ideas for franchises that I love and would love to see them do. BioShock, I have no clue because it's so perfect as it is. That I would imagine it's a very difficult project to work on creatively. And you can't just hand that off to just random people. Like, you got to have like a really accomplished, like, visionary guy. And even then, it's like, I don't know, it's not, he didn't create it. So I don't wish that on anybody, man. That's a hard nut to crack.
Oh,
are we good?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought I froze. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good.
It's funny, Chris, you say this. My mind, because you're right, like obviously Rapture and Columbia. I would maybe even just go back to Rapture. I've thought about, like, just embrace that is what BioShock really kind of is. And
yeah,
I was wondering, like, it could kind of be cool. Like, what if it took place? So Rapture, BioShock is what, in the 50s? BioShock 1?
Yeah.
It would be cool. Like, what if it was the 80s? And like someone discovered some people like got really fascinated on the mainland about this idea, like all this shit that happened at the city Rapture, and they like spend all this money and they go back and they like fix it or take it over and it lives again or something, and some shit happens there, or they discover some greater mystery or whatever. In other words, like, if you could just figure out how to use the key component of BioShock, which is Rapture, then maybe that's what you do instead of trying to have an Antarctic city or the underground city, or just like always trying to replicate that feeling of the weirdness. And like you said, Judas is already doing the space thing right now. Judas plays into this though too, because they obviously know what's going on with that game too, and they're giving everyone time. That's one thing you got to kind of give them credit for is, Take-Two's kind of just like, they didn't cancel BioShock. They haven't canceled Judas. I mean, Judas obviously is not going to get canceled, but like Judas has been in development forever. At some point, it's like, what do we do? Like, I love Ken, obviously, but I'm curious too. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but it's like, what are we doing here? From their perspective, like, just because I think it's really dangerous to hold on to a game this long. because I think you are setting expectations. Now, if no one knew about the game and then you announced it later and then you found out it took so long, I think that's kind of different. The reason I say that is because I don't think you announced something and then let years and years pass. Like, that wasn't what you intended. It's what we were saying about Pragmata, right? Like, you didn't intend on the game coming out this year. There's no way, right? Obviously.
Right, yeah.
So you kind of can read into the marketing play. It's like, yeah, this kind of had to go dark again. You're not where you thought you'd be. I mean, how else can you possibly read that? And I wonder if even showing Judas a couple of years ago was them kind of feeling like they had to do it, knowing that they really still don't want to go. What I assume is going on with Judas is that it's probably, and I don't want anyone to misinterpret what I'm saying. I don't know this. But what I assume is that the game has probably long been complete. And I assume what is happening is that all the intricacies of the Legos, as it were, the narrative shit is what is the problem. Or like making it work, making it fun, making it like, you have to assume that's it. Because they've had all this time to make the game itself. And now it's about making it breathe and like be what it's supposed to be.
Right.
That's my assumption.
Yeah.
Yeah. My only hope for this new Bioshock is, they got to reclaim that era, Bioshock 1, Bioshock Infinite, back before politics was infected in the games, That's what they got to recapture in this new Bioshock, man.
Oh my God, dude. Jesus Christ.
The funniest thing, though, is that like you always have people use Bioshock as media literacy. Like, Bioshock is about a dystopian libertarian world, like Ayn Rand world run amok. And I'm like, yeah, if that's what you read about it only, then I don't think you really do get the game, actually. Like, it's not lampooning it as much as it's using it and taking advantage of it and bastardizing it. And those are two different things, And this is something that Ken and I think talked about on one of the episodes, is that I think people don't lean into like the true meaning of Bioshock, that it's much deeper than bastardized, Ayn Rand or whatever. But anyway.
Yeah.
And I think that's especially true with Bioshock Infinite and Columbia itself. Like, that game is so deep and so interesting. I love that game. Bioshock Infinite, I've loved more and more as time has gone on. I didn't like it at first. When it first,
it's interesting.
Yeah, I was like, well, because I remember it so well because I played through the beginning like multiple times where I'm like, this is a shooter. And really it is. It is,
yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want this to be a shooter. And then you kind of just accept it for what it is. And then lo and behold, it's this wonderful game.
Bioshock Infinite is like Halo 2 to me, where it's like the fact that game had such a messy development and it is so cobbled together, but comes together in such a... The fact that it is as good as it is, despite all that, is kind of amazing. And that alone kind of makes me appreciate it deeply. I think it's more flawed than Bioshock is. And it's definitely messier. The only real flaw with the original Bioshock is that last fight.
Oh yeah, that's like them feeling like they had to do that.
Yeah, and then there is like the closing moments after the big thing happens. It does kind of feel like, well, it kind of feels like the game ended, and now I'm keeping it going. But like the rest of the game before that is so good that it doesn't even matter. But like what you're talking about is like, oh, well, they should just go back to Rapture. It's like I don't. It's not that I wouldn't like to see that because I love that space, but it's also one of those things. It's like, is that worthy of Bioshock? To just go back to Rapture.
Why even bother?
You know what I mean? Like, why even bother? And then you run the risk of tainting this thing. Like, I don't know. It's a lot. Again, props to the team who took that on, because like I would have like, I love Bioshock. If somebody came to me and I was an accomplished director of any stature, and they were like, "Do you want to direct the next Bioshock game?" I would have been like, "Fuck no. What the hell am I gonna do?" That is those are crazy shoes.
Yeah, it's you gotta have some big balls, and you have to have. I assume Ken's bought in. Like, you need him to at least know what's going on, right? You're all in the same publishing family. I'm still not totally convinced that Judas isn't associated with Bioshock in some way. I'll continue to die on that hill until the game comes out and we find out.
Right.
In fact, I kind of want it to be. I don't know how people feel that way. And again, I don't think it needs to be like this, like look, like bang you over the head with it, but it could be something like the expansions, the DLC for Infinite, where it's like, dude, this is awesome. You know, like how it ties it to the first game and stuff. And it's the same thing here where I'm like, you should just do something like that. So maybe we'll get 2 Bioshock games. But yeah, Cloud Chamber up in Canada has been kind of spinning their wheels on this. And God, I would love to see what they have. But we don't. God, Bioshock's so good. If you guys are out there and you still haven't played Bioshock, you're so stupid.
That's such a great.
You're so dumb.
Wild.
Like there's no, like Bioshock is so good that you can be virtually. There's almost nothing you could be playing right now that would be more important than you playing Bioshock. Nothing. Like, what are you playing right now that's more important than Bioshock? Pragmata? Roblox? Vampire crawlers? Get bent. Come on.
I just remembered, I think I've shared this on the show years ago, but when I got my dad a PS4 when he was off work for a surgery, a couple weeks later, he sent me a text, like a picture, and it was the screen of him playing, but it was the opening of Bioshock Infinite. And I was like the Breaking Bad meme. I was like, Hank, from the car. I'm like, not that one. Not that one. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he never played his PS4 ever again after that.
Sucks. So you kept it from greatness. You know, you did the right thing. It's like when I yelled at Iga in my apartment because he was unwrapping the burrito. I scared him.
Right.
But I saved him at the same time.
Yeah.
Right.
I tried. I did everything I could to try to get my dad to play a game. Bought him a PS4. Hooked him up with some classics.
The olds just don't get it. A lot of these guys, you know,
they don't get it. I don't think they get what a machine is.
No, they don't understand.
It's strange. Like I gave my dad like one of my old, like a console. I gave my parents both, and they just like don't understand. It's like a cable box. I'm like, is this over?
Yeah, it's like I don't
even understand. I don't understand what's so difficult about this.
My dad is young enough that he grew up playing NES and Atari and. Something about, I mean, he kind of just stopped at the NES. Like after that, he was like, I'm good.
I've heard a lot of people say that like the analog stick fucked them up.
Yeah, the sticks are bad for people. They don't.
The sticks are
they're intimidating.
It's too much for people. Yeah,
they are. I mean, if you imagine, we all know how to do it, you know. And the best part, the thing I love the most about it is Y inversion, and just that you have to assume that 1 out of 10 people that are like, I don't know, this doesn't feel right to me. Like they have to invert the controls and they don't even know to do it. Like there's a lot to get through.
Right, because they don't know that that's what's wrong.
Right, that might be what's wrong. I always think about that. Where I'm like, there's like 2 barriers. It's like, all right, so this doesn't feel right to you. I remember doing that with my mom, actually. I'm like, why don't you invert? We'll do this. And she's like, oh, so like, I'm trying to figure out, I'm like, are you just not getting it? Is this easier for you? I don't know. But yeah, a lot of people just kind of tuned out with the 3D era of games. More people obviously tuned in, but I think that that's reasonable and okay. There are some older people, I won't say his name, but there's an older gentleman in his late 70s that I've communicated with on and off for years. He was a kind of funny fan, and he found games. He was a police officer, and he found games. Well, what's
no. You're like, I won't mention his name. He's a police officer. He's a kind of funny. It's like all these. Like, really
all these things that are like, yeah.
It's like that. Was it Curb Your Enthusiasm? That guy who tells
George
Larry,
Lucas.
Like, he's like, I have a patient, and I won't say who he is, but he's a big time director. He directed Star Wars.
And he would get prostitutes for an hour, but he would only need 5 minutes. I love that scene. It's so funny. That scene is awesome. That's so stupid. Because then he's freaking out that he's like telling stories about him or whatever. Yeah. But anyway, this guy was a cop for many years, and he found games in his retirement as like a way to pass time. And he's like a huge nerd. But it was something that he didn't even know he liked until he was in his like mid 60s, I think. And now he plays like, he plays like Skyrim and Witcher and all these kinds of things. It's hysterical. And so to me, I'm just like, there is hope. You just have to, and I'm pretty sure he plays on PC as well, which is even nerdier. So like, it's like that there's that video that goes around of that old US sniper that was playing like one of the video games, and he's like destroying everyone.
Oh yeah. He's playing like Battlefield or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like I there's hope, but I feel like again, we say this over and over again, when our generation, and really it's going to start with Gen X, when they get older, like they'll be the first old people that play games, like that really do play video games. It's just something you have to be Batman, like you're born into it. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's going to be so
Dude.
funny.
That old guy on Battlefield, I saw a clip where he was explaining how to read the sights on a sniper rifle, and he knew from personal experience, I believe,
Yeah.
of how to set the range and what, like, because there's like a graph on the side of certain sniper rifles. He's like, oh, you do this, and then dude was a legend.
That is cool. And the fact that it works in like his knowledge transfers to the game is actually kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That's it. That's like a massive, like if I was building a shooter, there would be no way that I would even be thinking about that shit. Like, oh, making the scope real. And like, oh, let's have realistic bullet drop and like realistic wind physics. It's like, it's insane.
using a little knob. No.
It's so cool. Like I see those every night. I'm seeing them more now, presumably because as we age, old people are, becoming, the generations are sliding. And so there's more people like just playing video games in general. Yeah, by the time we're old, it's going to be hilarious. I'm so excited. Assuming I make it. Like that, like
right.
that all these nursing homes are going to be just full of like there's going to be like LAN parties. It's so funny to imagine.
Gonna have robots changing your diaper.
It's a completely alien thing to me to see old people playing video games. It's just kind of like how I feel about like because all the old people in my family like speak exclusively Spanish. So like I remember when I first saw like somebody's grandma talk to them in English, that was like a culture shock thing to me. I was like, oh my God, imagine being to understand your grandparents.
All right, this next story here I thought was somewhat distressing. People are circulating it for one reason, but we'll go into some of the other numbers too. IGN has, along with UC Berkeley and I guess an organization called Kantar, released a Generations in Play report. So like a really deep poll that talks about digital consumption and social media consumption and all the rest. Now, everyone in the world, since it comes up all the time, I did work at IGN for a long time, and IGN does spend a lot of money on this shit. To try to learn more. I mean, during my era, to try to learn more about what people are doing and how they're playing and stuff. And it's quite valuable. And you can sell this information and you have the data for your own websites and all the rest. So this is one of those things. And that's why we're reporting on it. So you can go read, I think, the full report. But Games Industry Up has a little breakdown of it. Now, the big thing that people are circulating here, guys, it is a massive problem, is 62% of people polled, and these are audiences for game. These are players of games, gamers. 62% no longer buy full price games. 62%, 6 out of 10 people don't buy full price games. Now that's two things. One is people waiting for sales, of course, which is reasonable. We talk about that all the time. I really don't know why you wouldn't, and unless you're like a real enthusiast, I don't know why you would even bother paying full price or anything. But the other thing is that people are just not playing games which you can buy. So, like, what was that game? Neverness to Everness or whatever?
Neverness to Everness, yeah. Whatever.
They're playing that by the millions. So there's that, and that's a big problem. Also, the same number shows, or the same polling shows, 71% of audiences no longer purchase physical music. That seems, I thought that would be like 95% or more. So it's crazy that 3 out of 10 people are still buying physical, presumably vinyl, I would assume.
Yeah, vinyl's the big thing now.
Gen X respondents prioritize Google search to discover new games, while millennials favored 85% YouTube, and Gen Z respondents prioritize social media. Millennial and Gen Z audiences are much more likely to buy games at full price, while Generation X lags far behind at 20%. So older players are the ones that are not buying games at full price specifically, which is fascinating. Generation X prefers single player games, and Generation Z prefers multiplayer titles to almost exactly the same degree, while millennial players remain almost evenly split. That's not a huge surprise either. It's like an evolution graph.
Yeah.
Generation X and millennials are more likely to return to games in order to complete or master them, while Gen Z are primarily motivated by new customization or community content. That also, I think, tracks based on the kinds of games they're playing. Consumption of guides and game help varies by generation, with Gen X indexing higher on tip videos, millennials on map tools, and Gen Z on build guides. That's
interesting.
Yeah, so there's some interesting stuff here, but I guess we can focus in more on full price games. And actually, we got a letter that speaks to this a little bit. Jeff Buss wrote in. He's bussing. That's a good thing, right? He says, greetings, gentlemen. I see a huge argument on Twitter taking place around 007 First Light's story length of 20 hours. Many people are saying that 20 hours is way too short for a $70 game. In what world are we living in where a 20-hour campaign without side stuff is too short? Not every game has to be an 80-hour slog. Thoughts on game length in 2026? These things are totally intrinsically aligned, unfortunately, I think. Neverness to everness is free and unlimited. And that's going to be pretty tough to compete with. No matter how robust your game is, people are always going to, this is why the race to the bottom was such a bad thing for games. And obviously it's good for the games that win, but it's bad for a lot. How many times do you see on Twitter, it's like this random game you've never heard of after 3 weeks is getting pulled, like the servers are being pulled. It's like every day I see that shit where I'm like, what is this? And then I go on Steam and I'm like, this is a multiplayer game. It came out 2 weeks ago and they're already shutting it down. I am, Chris, let's go to you. I'm deeply concerned by the lack of willingness to pay for games. Yet I also, as I said, understand why in certain circumstances you are so inundated.
Yeah.
That you really, if you're just patient, we say this all the time, if you're just patient, you can get away with murder, basically. Like you can wait a year and pay $20 for some of these $70 games. Easy.
Yeah.
So so what do you think about this?
Well, I would like to know, like, does it say, or did I miss the time frame that this data was collected from?
I'm going to, let me go to the full report.
Does it even say?
Yeah.
Because that I would find curious too, because
if August through November 2025.
Oh, okay.
5,500 participants in the US, UK, and Australia.
Okay, so this is not a particularly high point for people's money.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But so that does probably factor into it at least somewhat, I would imagine. But I mean, there's a lot available for free. There's no reason really to buy something the day it comes out at full price. For us, it's different. We like to be current, and we're just excited about it. We're enthusiasts. It's our jobs, so that kind of paints things differently as well. I don't know what to make of this really, because it just seems to be the trend for most things. Like you would imagine that most people these days watch movies on streaming. They're probably not going to the theater, which is the equivalent to like a day one purchase in my mind. So like I just saw Project Hail Mary about a week ago, and I went to the theater to see it. It was great. It was like $20 or something for like 2 hours and change. And I felt all right with that. But I know a lot of people who don't go to the movies because it's expensive, and then the food is like a whole nother fucking thing. It's like $50 to go to the movies. Like it's insane.
Yeah, it sucks.
So I understand in a time of like, especially when money is tight, prospects are not fantastic, things are uncertain. Job security is low, layoffs are high. I get why you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, let me spend $70 on this brand new video game that I'm going to spend 20 hours on, or even 100 hours on. I get it. I don't know if I have much more to say about it, because it's just kind of like, it is. I would be more curious about this. Man, it sucks because everything is painted by like the circumstantial kind of timeline that we're in right now, and everything else that's affecting purchasing power and all that stuff. I would love to see what this data would look like without that economic strain, and just based on the availability of technology, and just based on pure competition metrics of like, just the availability of these free to play games, as they are, the quality of AAA games as they are, the stickiness of full price games as they are without these extraneous factors. I think would be a lot more telling and a lot more interesting. But we do kind of have this albatross of like a greater economic downturn to kind of muddy the waters a little bit. It's still interesting data though, because it is ultimately reflective of just the reality that we have. One thing that I want to note is that like I'm looking at this part, which you read earlier, where Gen X prefers single player games, Gen Z prefers multiplayer titles, and millennials remain almost evenly split. The apex gamer, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, one foot in each camp, really. As
we get everything.
They absorbed it all. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting point. Dustin, what are your thoughts here? Anything you want to pull out?
Something that about game, and it's not just games, but I guess, I don't know, people aren't really buying Blu-rays and stuff anymore. But I guess this isn't necessarily the case with that, is that for some reason, games are almost treated like disposable products. They have a freshness to them.
Mm-hmm.
Saros comes out at $70, and over time it loses its freshness. Maybe it's $50. And then a year from now, it's stale. $20 on a Black Friday or something. Maybe not Saros. Sony's a little different. Sony has become more resistant to lowering the prices of their games, which is probably good. But look at like Nintendo. And people hate Nintendo for this, but it works. And it does make sense where it's like, why would Mario Kart be worth less later than it is at launch? In fact, the game is really, in most game cases now, the game has improved significantly since launch. There may be even new content that sometimes you don't even have to pay for. So game consumers, particularly millennial and Gen X, who have been gaming for years and years now, why would you, if you're not the type of person that needs to play it on launch day, why would you? You have been trained. You have been trained that the game will lose its quote unquote freshness, and you can buy it on the, what is it, like at a bakery where it's like, the baker's extras section or something.
The end of day.
End of day. It's like, well, why wouldn't I do that? Only that case that there actually is a reason that it's cheaper, is it's not going to be as good. But in a game case, it's often going to be better. If you
that is interesting. I didn't think about the they are better games the cheaper they get.
Yeah, like dude, sorry to pick on Crimson Desert again, but the person that spent $70 at launch, a launch day of Crimson Desert, who eventually will pick it up versus the person who will eventually pick it up this November on Black Friday, like dude, in that case especially, you are getting so much better of a game. It is stupid for you to buy it at full price. And that applies to almost every game.
Yeah,
that it is stupid.
I totally agree. I think this isn't going to collapse in on itself at some point, I think, because, and by the way, I don't think it's going to like have a detrimental effect on the gaming space. I think the gaming space is just changing, but the full price market, it's why Pragmata is selling 2 million copies, which we'll talk about in a minute. It's a pretty big deal because it's a short, new game. Yeah. No one knows what the fuck it is. I think people have confidence in Capcom or whatever, but like that's a big win for them. Because I think it's what you're saying, Dustin. It's like, I buy full price games and I say it all the time. Like I care a lot about this space and I have a lot of disposable income. A lot of people don't care a lot about the space or are just casual in the space and don't have a lot of disposable income. I try to put my money where my mouth is to show support, especially owning a developer myself and knowing how important that is. You know, like, and to that end, we said this, that we stole Tom Happ's kind of style with Axiom Verge many years ago. And we told the audience with Saint Slayer, we're not lowering the price for at least a year. Now we're talking about a $10 game, but it's like to show that there were, even back then when Axiom Verge came out, there was this expectation games would get cheaper. I'll just wait. Now we have that same push of waiting with an influx of games at all times that are creating an endless back catalog for you that you can dip into at any time and buy these games, if they're not Nintendo games, on the cheap. Therefore, if you're totally dissociated from the health of the gaming space, and really why wouldn't you be unless you're an enthusiast of some degree, then there's no reason for you to spend full price on games. It is just the reality of the situation. Like there's no way around it, unfortunately. Like it is what it is. It sucks. And the push and pull are the endless amount of free to play games and cheap games. And the game you've been waiting for that was $70, that's now $40. And there's no win. I mean, it's not going to ultimately work out very well, I don't think.
Well, and I want to back up too about what I was saying is that I don't think a game, it's good that a game remains the same price. I don't think every game should remain its launch price forever.
Yeah, agreed.
I think Nintendo can get away with that because they're Nintendo. But I think it's good and healthy for our ecosystem that games do reduce in price, because it opens up for gamers that maybe can't afford to buy new games.
Sure.
But they can afford a console. And it's like, okay, but I can't keep up with all these new releases at $70, but I still want to play them. And it's like, well, there's still an option for you. And I think that's great. And healthy. It's weird. It's healthy. It's healthy, I think, for the gaming audience as a whole, that it can be accessible, that nearly outside of Nintendo, almost any game at some point will be accessible at a lower price. I think that is a good thing and healthy. But at the same time, it's not healthy in that if the companies making these games aren't making money at launch, that's bad.
Yeah.
But
it's the same argument that, that Game Pass trains you not to buy games, that like sales kind of train you to wait.
Mm-hmm.
And so just like, well, why wouldn't you?
Yeah. I mean, the sales are extreme. That's the whole thing. You remember back in the day, like when you'd go to GameStop or EB or something, and they'd have the thing in the front of the store with like all the games they wanted to get rid of, and you would thumb through them.
Yeah.
Those were the discounted games. Then you'd have like the used games, but then everything else would kind of cost what it cost, especially in the cartridge era. And
it's crazy. I'm astounded at some of the stuff that I'm able to get for like dirt cheap in modern money, by the way, which is extra cheap. Like a $2.
Yeah, because it's so inflated. But it's what I bring this up all the time, Chris. But it's like when I bought Mass Effect Trilogy for $5, I'm like, you shouldn't even bother selling it for this cheap. Like, why? Like, what are you saying about the value of this at $5?
It is crazy. I bought every single. I think I bought every single Tomb Raider that exists up until I think it was before Rise and Shadow, but like after the
reboot,
new one.
Yeah.
But like every single Tomb Raider game up until that point, including the new one, I think I got it for like $4 or $5. And I remember being like, what the fuck is this? I'm not going to play half of these, but I have to buy. Like, what am I, stupid?
It's strange. Like, I don't understand that level of discounting. It's not because of the competition it creates. That's fine. I just don't even understand why you would bother.
I mean, I appreciate it.
It's great.
It's awesome for me. I just don't understand how it's worth it for them.
It's cutthroat as hell.
Yeah. Because you figure after the split, too, it's like, what the fuck are you even making on this?
Yeah, you'll make $3.50 on the $5 game or whatever. It's like
you'll make maybe like $50,000 on this game.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I do think that, and it's a great point what you make too, Dustin, about Nintendo's games. Just in that, the argument could just be made of like, well, why would the game delineate over time? That's just the way capitalism works with the market, with entertainment especially. But there is an argument. It is nice to see a little bit of pushback, though. Everyone's upset about the Star Fox game. You don't like your remakes of Star Fox? You're not into that?
Yeah, he looks like that new Star Fox model looks like it reminds me of that Human Resources meme. Where you know what I'm talking about? Where like it's like the woman calling.
Oh yeah,
it's like Star Fox, but it's like Star Fox behind him, and it's like, "Hello, Human Resources." It's like, what the fuck did they do? He looks so fucked.
I wonder if they'll ever come up with a new idea. We'll find out.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on with the news here. Call of Duty's Twitter account tweeted this out because there were rumors going around that the next Call of Duty game for this year will be on PS4, but in fact, this forced Call of Duty to confirm it is not going to be on PlayStation 4. They tweet out, quote, "Not sure where this one started, but it's not true. The next Call of Duty is not being developed for PS4," end quote. This is the confirmed Call of Duty account saying this. This is a big deal because I'm pretty sure there were 13 consecutive Call of Duty games on PlayStation 4. The following Call of Duty games are on PlayStation 4. Ghosts, Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 3, Infinite Warfare, World War II, Black Ops 4, Modern Warfare, Black Ops Cold War, Vanguard, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 6, Black Ops 7. So this will be the first one with no PS4 version. We're finally moving away. I don't know if there's anything to really be said about that, but it's big news as people start turning off PS4. I wonder if Sony's starting to push behind the scenes a little bit on this as well.
Yeah. That's got to be the longest run, right?
Yeah, it is, because Call of Duty last came to PS3 in 2015. So that would have been only 2 years after the console came out. But this went on for 5 years after the console came out.
That's crazy, man.
I think there's probably a push from Sony for sure And it's the year to do it, right? Because it'll come out, well, I guess GTA is in November.
They're going to come out right near each other, I assume. I don't know if there's any avoiding that for them, for Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them.
It makes me slightly more optimistic. Just that the last Call of Duty game was lame and bad. And so I'm hoping that being totally on the current generation, that we do get some kind of upgraded experience from the last one. But I don't know, man. Black Ops 7. I loved Black Ops 6 a lot. So it was very sad.
Yeah.
Got to change it up, though. I mean, we talked about Call of Duty's downfall. This is the year they got to fix it.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Just in that they're going to necessarily have to be near Grand Theft Auto based on the cadence of when their games come out, and they're kind of on a decline. So two hills to climb for them.
Yeah,
but no COD on PS4. So if you're still holding on to the PS4, come on, man, move on already. It's enough already. You know, it is. It's enough already. It's 13 years old. It's about to start high school. All right. Wanted to touch on this real quick. This was revealed through an Xbox little presser. Sega has revealed further the game that they actually first revealed back in 2014, Stranger Than Heaven. I don't know if you guys had anything to say about this. The thing I want to note about this is, so this was first shown off at the Game Awards, I want to say, in 2024. At that time, it was called Project Century. And we knew at that time that Sega was publishing, obviously, with Ryuga Gotoku, their internal studio, developing this game. Dustin, I don't know if you have any information on this, but I don't think it's still confirmed. Is it Like a Dragon related?
I'm not sure.
It's Japanese.
I would assume.
It is Japanese. It takes place during 5 eras of Japanese history, but I don't know. I don't know enough to know if it is or not. I feel like that might be the mystery. And they're pushing, Sega's obviously very much with Xbox now in a lot of marketing. So they're pushing it on Game Pass. So it's just as Stranger Than Heaven will be on Xbox Game Pass, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox on PC, Xbox Cloud, Steam, and PlayStation 5. So
yeah.
What do you think?
I didn't get to watch all of this special look that Xbox did, but I did see the beginning. First of all, they got Snoop Dogg in this game, which sounds initially kind of lame, but then when I saw him in it, I was like, this is actually kind of sick. And he seemingly fits in it. This game's got a lot of style. What's so appealing to me is that this is a way that I can jump into the realm, we'll say, of Like a Dragon, Yakuza, but not have to have a million game lead up. I think it looks pretty cool. I like that it takes place across multiple parts of Japan. I was looking at the list. It's like Fukuoka, Hiroshima, Osaka, Shizuoka, and Tokyo.
It'll be just like being at home for you.
Yeah. Well,
like
the
home.
one part in Osaka, that's where I went to a music festival in Minami. Kind of cool.
To be a little touch of home for you. So Stranger Than Heaven, you guys can go check that out. There's a whole video presentation for it if you're interested in more. And then a big thing that I wanted to talk about here, just briefly for me anyway, is Mina the Hollower finally has a release date. After being revealed and kickstarted back in February of 2022, they raised like about $1.4 million to make it. These is, of course, from Yacht Club, the guys that did Shovel Knight. They released the true final release date. The game is coming out May 29th on PlayStation 5 and elsewhere, of course. There is no PS4 version of the game. $20. Looks awesome. Now, there's a little bit of a conundrum with me in this game, although I've already solved the conundrum, but I want to speak on it. Misanthropic Altruist wrote in and said, Colin, I think there are more people who would be happy knowing you're enjoying early access to Mina the Hollower than not. You're just giving a bunch of miserable nutsacks the satisfaction of watching you suffer. Fuck them and go get that code. Looking forward to hearing you gush over it. Peace. I don't have to go get it. It was sent to me, like many codes are. That's why I think people don't understand is like I'm getting these things and just not using them. Yacht Club, I have a very friendly relationship with those guys over there, as I think everyone knows. So they reached out to me and spoke. I was talking to one of my friends over there, the lead programmer at Yacht Club, and he was talking about how he played Saint Slayer and he really liked it. And I thought that was really cool. But he sent me a code, and he's going to be on the show in a couple of weeks, I think, on Sacred Plus to talk about Mina. I kind of wanted to have him on afterwards. He's available for either, but I think it would be more interesting to have him on after I've played the game and can talk about it. But people are bringing this up because I tweeted about it, being like, this is the first time. The reason I brought it up, because some people are like, oh, are you bragging or whatever? And I'm like, no, I'm sorry it comes off like that. What I'm saying actually is I get all these offers all the time, and it's not a problem for me to be like, I'll get to it when I get to it. Mina was tough for me. Is tough for me because I really, really want to play it, and I'm really looking forward to it. But you know what? It's good to practice self-restraint as well. Be a little bit zen, as it were. And so I really want to play it, but I can wait. We've come all this time. This is what I've always say to people. It's like, we've come all this way. It's like, I have to wait a few more weeks to play Mina. I'll wait. And I want to be clear that, well, Stephen Bonnell wrote in about this. Stephen or maybe Bonnell, I don't know. What?
Nothing. That's Destiny. That's not him, though.
Oh, that's his name?
Guy's name.
Do you think he's saying it because of that's like, are you trying to be funny, or do you think that's his name?
There's no way that's his name.
Is Destiny the streamer? His name's Steven,
Destiny the streamer.
Stephen Bonnell. Hey gang, small piece of feedback on the early access and review codes topic, he writes. Thank you for writing in, Destiny. It seems everyone has their own standards for taking codes early, which is cool, but it kind of nukes the flow of the game's discussion section when one person has played 20 hours of a game and has to do a verbal gymnastics to avoid saying too much about it. There's something really special about the audience and the host all hitting a game around launch together. Makes the conversations feel more grounded instead of half preview, half spoiler discussions where no one can fully talk. I don't know that I totally agree with your synopsis of what really happens. I think people can't really talk in these conversations because we don't want to spoil the game. I don't know that we're worried about spoiling it for each other. I think everyone understands internally like what each other's limitations are about what they might want to know about a game and so on and so forth. So I wouldn't read it as that. It's like we leave our full breakdowns of games to the spoiler discussions where you can opt in and know what you're getting, as opposed to maybe potentially spoiling something for someone, which I wouldn't want to do. The bigger thing that people are asking is like, well, why is it okay for some people to get the review codes and some people aren't? And what I answered on Twitter is like, I don't really want to tell people what to do. If I had full control, none of us would get access to anything. And that would include the Xbox guys, Brad, and the Nintendo people and all the rest. Like, no. But I don't really want to wield that level of control over people. I don't think it's really my place to do so. Everyone, well, not everyone, but most people here have their other businesses that are also intrinsically tied to games and the access to those games. One thing I'll say, and this is something Dustin and I think disagree on, and I understand his perspective, is I don't think anyone needs to do this to be relevant. I think it helps, but I don't think that level of access is necessary. I think there are plenty of people that have found their way in the industry without any access at all. And I personally don't leverage that access, but I also want people to do whatever they're comfortable doing. I think having that level of access creates inherent conflicts of interest. And I believe that that's totally true. But I don't think that those conflicts of interest are necessarily played upon or even acknowledged. I just think that they exist. And I know that they exist because I was in that world for a long time. So, what I mean by that is you're kind of friendly towards this person, or you're like, the idea of like, everyone's using each other. I guess that's the easiest way I can say it. And I don't really want to participate in it. The marketing is using you, giving you a copy. So you say something about the game, and then you better believe if you say something really bad about a game, you're not going to hear from them again. That is a conflict of interest, because for all the people that don't care, there are people that are going to care. And then there's, of course, the perception of conflicts or whatever. I don't think we suffer from those. I just don't want to open them up or even my whole thing is like, I don't want to give anyone anything to discuss. There's no way you can possibly think I'm on the take in any way. How could I be? How is that even playing out? So, but that's my own thing. And the reality is that some people are like, well, you should tell everyone what to do. And I'm like, listen, and I'm just being dead ass honest with you. If I had to do something like that, I would shut this whole thing down and do my own thing. Like,
right.
I would just be like, I don't want to tell you what to do. You should just do whatever you want. So that's where we are. And that's what I want to do. And I appreciate people writing in about this because it's fun to talk about. But I also have to say, like, I find it kind of relieving to be in this situation. And I've said that many times, like where I'm like, I don't want to play this game anymore. So I hope that makes sense to people. And so to each their own.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's that big. Like, it's whatever works for whoever's making their show, you know, whatever's integral to their process and whatever helps them. It is what it is. I've gotten codes for things and I'm like, I don't know, I'm not that interested, or I don't need it. I don't accept them, not because I think it's particularly that big of a conflict of interest. I just like, most of the codes I get, I'm just like genuinely just like not that interested in. It's like, it's fine.
Like, right.
Like,
it's
okay.
You have to understand, like, I've been blacklisted by major publishers for what I've said about their games. So for people to say like that there's no conflict, there's no perception of conflict of interest in those situations, you're crazy. Because I ruined IGN's relationship with Konami for years. You know, and all I had to do was not say the things I said. And you better believe that there are people that let that get into their thought processes and they don't say it. And that's what I'm talking about. You know?
I will say, I think there is something that's overstated about it. And it's the argument about like, well, like I want to pay the full price. So I know, so it's not free. It's not given to me. I know the sticker price, and I'm putting some of the skin in the game. I used to think that was like valid. And as the years have gone on, I kind of think like, well, this doesn't track with what we do, because like we are kind of already in the, like we buy the game, like we have to. So like that money's already spent anyway. So like when I get like Saros or something, I don't even really feel like I've spent the money on it, because I like I expect to do it. It's kind of like groceries to me, where it's just like I don't really care how much my eggs cost, because like I need eggs. You know, it really kind of doesn't matter. So like it's ostensibly, I don't want to say it's ostensibly free, because that's not necessarily what I mean, but it's like it doesn't factor into like how I feel about it. So I think that's a thing that's a little bit overstated. If you have to buy games and you're using that as like a kind of like, oh, well, I didn't get it for free. It's like it's not really saying anything, because like your average person isn't doing the same thing. Like they buy a game and it doesn't help them at all, other than they get a new game. Like we make content at least. Right. Like we write it off. There's like a million ways to technically kind of profit from it. But
I would agree, Colin, that it does, and maybe even I don't know if often is the word, but I can agree that it can create conflicts of interest for people, particularly if it is your only avenue.
Yeah.
Right. Like I need to make money from my YouTube channel. I need to have good connections with the people in order to get the content, or to get the codes to make the content. But I guess I don't agree that I don't think that's the case for everybody. Because like for you, like you received codes at IGN and you said you blocked up, like ruined your relationship with Konami.
And others, yeah, sure.
So it didn't affect
me,
what you said.
No, it didn't affect, but do you understand what I'm saying when I say like, knowing you're at that hinge, that there are a lot of people that are definitely taking the other route?
Sure.
And so to me, I just want to remove their perception.
And then there's pressure, like you don't want to be the person that like ruins it for other people, and there's a social pressure there. Like I get it.
Right. I mean, honestly, the Konami thing really was half Damon's fault, if I'm being honest. It's just that like, God, they were fucking babies, man. Those people at Konami were fucking such babies.
What happened with the Konami? I'm not even privy to this.
Oh, it was, we talked about it a long time ago. I think I even did a video on it at some point, like a long time ago, but like Damon gave Lords of Shadow like a 7 or something like that. Konami got like really upset about that. Then
that's crazy.
I gave the 3DS Castlevania like a 4 or something like that, and they flipped out. And then I was supposed to see them in Germany behind closed doors, and they refused to see me. And then they stopped responding to us for like anything PES related and all the other things they were doing at the time, Metal Gear. It was all over this. I basically had to have like a sit down conversation with like Konami and like our people and like the producer over there. That they had like they were so mad at us, like for the things we were saying about Castlevania and it was so funny how it was like, I remember saying in the meeting, I'm like, you don't understand. Like, I'm a huge Castlevania fan. Like, I understand Castlevania. And what I said to my bosses, what I really wanted to say was like, I clearly understand Castlevania a lot better than you. You know, if this is what you think, but I didn't. I would say that now that I'm unaffiliated. And you're right, Dustin. Like, I got hundreds of games for free at IGN. I got hundreds of games for free at Kind of Funny. And when we started Sacred Symbols, we got games for free. I eventually cut that off.
Yeah.
The thing I was saying about Mina was that like I still to this day get things all the time. And it's relatively easy for me to say no. I agree with you that access helps. Of course it helps. However, I will say this. I feel like the access corridor is so crowded that in fact, your best bet to break through at this point is to not be an access media guy. Is to be more of what I always bring up, like an Angry Joe guy. Like review the game a couple months later, do it really weird. Be like Donkey. Or like that to me is like way more likely for you at this point than being another access person getting a Project Helix box in the mail. You know?
I actually agree. I think, especially if you're going to put effort into it, like I do think that's totally accurate. Where like a video about like, I don't know, a game that came out 3 months ago comes out and it's like a 20-minute video essay or something. And like people line up for that shit. People love it.
Yeah. There's definitely something that, I mean, Jimmy has told me this and he was right. I've experimented against what he thought anyway, where it's like, if you are a smaller YouTube creator like myself and you release a video at embargo, you're part of the meat grinder. And you will get you may get a small increase in clicks, but those people are probably going to not watch very long and then they're going to disappear forever. Yeah. So you're better off waiting till after the embargo date by like even a few days or something. But my thing has always been like, with this being my full-time job, for me to make a video that I feel happy with that can inform people, if I want to be able to do that around the golden window where people are actually going to care, I have to kill myself if I do it at launch. And I've done that before with many videos, some to great success, like games that I didn't get access to, like Dragon Quest. Like Dragon Quest was one of my most successful videos. I played it for a weekend, then made a video. I don't know if it was the most helpful or informative thing to the audience since I hadn't had a full experience with it. But I don't know. It's tough. I totally understand your views on it. I guess I just would be hasty to paint people that get review codes as obviously compromised in some way.
Right. I don't mean to do that. What I mean to say is that there are obvious conflicts that exist that have nothing to do with the person.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and really it's about knowing how everything. I've just been behind this. I've dealt with these people for fucking years. You know, there's a lot of nice PR people. I'm not saying that there aren't. I deal with nice PR people at Sony when we want to do interviews. I deal with nice PR people when I have to say, no, I don't want to deal. And I try to respond to people too, where I'm like, I don't, and not even to save them their code. Because again, the codes are like fucking water. It's like it's crazy how many codes you get, but just to be like, just take me off your list. You're wasting your time. And that often does work. And I don't say it quite like that, but I'm like, I appreciate you thinking of me. I don't do this anymore. Please consider my other friends and people in my network if you want to, give them games or whatever, and that they want to say it. But I believe I will say this, for our network, everyone in it, right? From the Dukes to Gene to Brad and none of you need access. I believe that.
I think that's true too. Yeah.
Like I believe that each of you are interesting and dynamic enough to not need it. But if it helps you, more power to you. Now, King Ryan James wrote in about Mina itself and said, Mina the Hollower has a release date of May 29th. What are your hype levels? Dustin?
Very hyped. I played the demo when it came out on Switch 2 for about 20 minutes. So the same with when I played Vampire Crawlers, that I played the demo for a tiny bit and I turned it off and I was like, I'm good. I'm pumped. I'm excited.
Yeah, I've not played it at all. So I'm so excited to play this fucking Game Boy Color game. It's going to be such a blast. Are you going to play it, Chris?
I don't know. I think I'll have to wait to see like how people feel about it. Like I'm not a mark for the 2D stuff really. Like I like it, but like I fall off of it quick and then like I get distracted by other things. There's a lot to play right now. So I don't know. It really depends on like what the consensus is. If it's this like really unavoidably like phenomenal game, like I'm going to be forced to check it out. because my curiosity will get the better of me. And even to be honest, if it turns out to be a massive disaster, that would also be like, what the hell is? I got to see what's going on.
Everything's riding on this game for them.
Yeah,
it's it's crazy.
How much is it going to be?
$20.
Was it 20? It's not bad.
That's totally reasonable, I think. Yeah.
I could see myself like maybe picking it up and not touching it for like months. But
they said, what did they say, Dustin? We went over it. Like they said, if we sold like 50,000 copies, we're done. So it was something like that. Yeah. Like if they have to sell, I think 250. He was saying, or something like that. Yeah, I think they can do it, but that's going to be a fairly tall order. I think. I don't want to say a tall order. Yacht Club doesn't have the juice they did because they waited so long to release a game. I mean, the crazy thing is that it's been 12 years since Shovel Knight came out, and this is their first game. If you don't count all the Shovel Knight expansions. Right? Like they haven't released another game themselves. They've published other games. So everything's a lot riding on this game. I'm really, really rooting for them. And certainly I'll be asking, I think David D'Angelo will be the guy I have on the show from there. And I'll be asking them all the tough questions for sure. Because he was I won't say what we were saying in our email, but it was funny. He emailed me back and he's like, and he said something where I'm like, oh, you're listening to what I'm saying. Like about like kind of a little half snarky about something I said, you know?
Right.
Like, oh, okay. Got to be a little more careful perhaps. Conflict of interest. All right. Finally, last piece of news, PlayStation Store top downloads for April 2026. People are focusing on this for a reason, which I think makes quite a bit of sense, which is that Saros charted at number 11 for the month. Now, people are like, okay, it came out April 30th. It's counts for one day. I don't know, guys. Do you want to use that argument? Because here, I'll put this in the chat for you guys. Why don't you look at this list? Remember that Returnal came out April 30th as well. And Returnal in April of 2021 was the third most downloaded game on PlayStation 5. Now, there are a few things to note. When Returnal came out, PS5 was 6 months old, which is crazy to think about. So there weren't that many games comparable to where we are now. So that's important. But it doesn't seem like Saros has the same juice that Returnal does. And I think people are being a little too, like, Push Square wrote a story about how, like, the sales are bad. I'm like, I think it's way too early to judge it. But it doesn't seem like it has any runaway success attached to it or anything like that. Just clearly. Basically, it at number 11 on the PlayStation chart, on the PSN chart for April 2026, ingests all of the pre-orders and random day one purchases, and that's it. So we'll get a better story next month, I think, but it doesn't look great for Saros, but I think it's a premature as well. MLB The Show 26 was the most downloaded game, followed by Pragmata. Not a huge surprise since it's sold 2 million copies across platforms. Crimson Desert holding it at number 3. It's not a huge surprise either. NBA 2K26 at 4. Pretty big deal. We're in the NBA playoff season now, so people are excited. Starfield at 5. And then this game content warning at 6. And then we get the GTA 5 at 7. Mouse at 8. Great for them. Minecraft, Call of Duty, and then we get the Saros at 11. Hades is at 12. Hades 2. Arc Raiders is at 14. Resident Evil 4 Remake is holding on at 17. Ready or Not, 18. Invisible Versus, 19. And Requiem falls down to 20. So almost falling out. Now, on the EU chart, that's for the North American chart, Poppy Playtime Chapter 1. What is that? That was number 20.
Like I don't want to say like a brain rot thing because it's not exactly accurate, but I think that's like an internet.
Kind of like Five Nights at Freddy's, right?
Oh,
Does
yeah.
it play like it exists the same part of my brain.
Yeah, I see
Poppy's
it here.
Playtime and Five Nights at Freddy's.
Mob Entertainment.
It's kind of like that, yeah.
Interesting. They're American too, and yeah, they're doing better in Europe. So yeah, that peaked up on the European charts. And by the way, Saros on the European charts is 17. PS4 Red Dead 2 obviously continues to dominate. Nothing really interesting over there. PSVR 2 games. Number 1, Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge. I assume that was on sale.
For May 4th.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, that was April. But maybe they did
sale
in advance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beat Saber at 2, Among Us 3D 3, Job Simulator at 4. It's crazy that Job Simulator is still there. And then free to play games. Roblox number 1, Fortnite number 2, Rocket League number 3, Call of Duty Warzone number 4, and Neverness to Everness. We'll never escape it, is number 5.
Good Lord.
All right.
Where's Marathon?
Marathon wouldn't be in there. Oh, you mean on the yeah, it's not anywhere on the sales charts for sure, on the download charts. No. We'll talk a little bit about Marathon later. Although I think we're all getting a little tired of it. But for now, that's all for the news. All right, my friends, let's get into what we're playing. We're all playing Saros, which we can talk about more deeply here. I'll just quickly say that I'm also playing Vampire Crawlers. It's totally addictive. I love it. It's kind of difficult. Like, the one thing I like about it is it's kind of more difficult, as I was saying last week, than Vampire Survivors. So like, I die fairly regularly when I don't really want to be dying, or I don't expect to be dying, or I'm not getting very far. There was that one stage, Dustin, I'm sure you've gotten to it. It's early on. There's like a bridge you have to cross.
Oh, the mini bridge.
Yeah. And it's like, this was kind of tough.
Yeah.
I had to build myself up to that a little bit. So I'm enjoying that. And as I said, I platinumed Saint Slayer, my game, Spear of Sacrilege, on PS4. That's my 207th platinum trophy. I did that all in one sitting. You can watch that on in VOD on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, if you'd like to check that out. It took about 4.5 hours for me to do it. So there's that. All right, so let's get into Saros. Chris, let's go to you, and we'll hear from you. We're going to do a review discussion and spoiler cast for Saros in the coming weeks. I don't know what permutation of people is going to be on it, but I'll be taking care of that. Dustin's going to be taking care of the Pragmata one, which I imagine will maybe even happen first. Yeah.
Well, we can talk business later. I didn't know which I should be prioritizing in terms of play, Saros or Pragmata, because I've been prioritizing Saros.
Yeah, I guess we'll just play it by ear. It doesn't really even matter.
No.
All right, so Chris, let's hear from you. Saros, what do you think?
Yeah, so I'm about I've played Saros for about, like, I think 6 or 7 hours so far, and I like it. I like it quite a bit. There's elements of it that I like a little bit more than Returnal. There's elements I like a little bit less. It plays very, very good. The game feel of it is like very, very. It's snappy. It's very good. It still feels like, in my view, the best feeling, like, moment to moment movement, kinetic kind of gameplay in Sony first party. I think, like, in my view, it just kind of feels. It's less focused on giving you kind of like a realistic heaviness, and more focused on just giving you like a really, really playable experience, and that feels great. The combat, I think, is great. I love seeing. I'm reminded of how much I loved the bullet hell aspects of it. Just seeing like the patterns and how like hypnotic they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool, and the boss fights are, I think, in particular, really fun. I've only beaten, I think 2 or 3 main bosses. I like these areas too that you can go into. That's like there's like portals. I can't remember what they're called. But they're like challenge portals where you go in.
What are they? I'll look, because you get trophies for them. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I can't remember the name. There's like a proprietary name for it. I like the characters are kind of like whatever to me. Like, I've never really been focused on that anyway. But like, I do like the computer character primary.
Yeah, primary is awesome.
I like how cold it is. But I will say there is something about it. I'm finding it a lot easier than Returnal. And I don't mind that, really, because I do think it's hard in the areas that it needs to be, those challenge areas when you start the Eclipse, and the boss fights can be challenging. And in particular, there's one boss fight that kind of had me like, it got me like a couple times. I was like, God damn, I can't move. Like, it takes some adjusting for some of them, but I'm finding it generally a lot easier than Returnal.
Definitely is. And
the issue that I have, the main issue that I have with Saros really is, I feel like, so there's a lot of weapons in the game. There's like a crossbow, there's like a shotgun, there's a pistol. I don't know why you wouldn't just use the machine guns.
That's exactly what I said in my conversation. Didn't I say that on the stream, Dustin?
Did you say that on the stream?
Yeah, where I was like, I only use the machine gun. That's it.
I don't know what the value, like, I don't know why I would ever pick a shotgun in a game like this. Like, it doesn't make, like, I understand that it's like, it's a shooter, and so you want representation for like various types of firearms, but really I feel like they should have just had various types of machine guns. Because like, I don't know why, because there's 2 machine guns. There's one that's like homing, and I've been using that a fuck ton. Like the
auto rifle.
Yeah, the auto rifle. it's so no brainer. There's especially one I think where it releases like an extra round every couple. I don't know exactly what the terminology is, but like it releases extra bullets, and so you can do like insane damage really quick. It homes in on your targets. There's almost no reason not to use it. I also do like the not auto aim machine gun, just because you could get people from really far away if you're aiming well, and it does more damage per second, which is nice. But I pick up a shotgun and I'm like, why am I using? Like, why would I use this? The pistol, why would I use this? The crossbow is cool. It would be a cool weapon. I would argue in like almost any other kind of game, or if you were in danger of running out of ammo and you had to switch. You know what I mean? Like a Doom, well, not like a Doom, I guess, but like a typical arena shooter. But that's just not really what this game is. You have infinite ammo, so there's no reason to not stick with the gun that works the best. And right now, I don't know if that'll change really, but like the machine gun seems to be that gun. And because the machine gun is that gun, when the game presents you with like a choice that you're supposed to be like, oh, you're supposed to weigh the differences between, do I pick this or do I pick this? The answer is kind of always obvious. Because if your option is any gun that isn't the machine gun and a buff, I'm going for the buff. Like almost 90%. I've rarely found myself conflicted about what to choose. And to be fair, that might just be like a personal thing. Like I'm sure there's maybe some people who feel that way. Maybe they like a different gun better. I know some people really like the crossbow, for example. But so I'm willing to chalk that up to just a personal thing. Maybe that's just the way that I play games, and maybe that's a projection of in some way. But I feel like it's a little bit less varied than what I remember Returnal being. It's been a while since I played Returnal, but I feel like I remember there being like a parasite system that was a little bit more interesting and things like that. But overall, I am enjoying my time with Saros. I enjoy like the moment to moment gameplay of it. It feels really good. I just think it's a little bit less. It's a little bit more rigid, and I feel like my runs are a little bit more identical, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I it's funny, man. First of all, I echo completely what you say about the machine gun. In fact, I had a run a day or two ago where I got a new weapon. I won't say what it is. It's even beyond what we've discussed. And you pick it up the first time you get it, that it adds it to your like repertoire, but it fucked my entire run up because now I had this shitty fucking gun. Yeah, and that I don't want anymore. And it was things were getting harder and harder. There is, well, let me say this from Soul Cracker number 1 first. Says, howdy, CDC. How are you all finding the difficulty curve of Saros? After dying a few times through the second boss, I got so powerful so quickly via the skill tree that I didn't die a single time until I got to the final boss. Getting hit is even important as you get a ton of ways to heal. I played Returnal for the first time this year, and I died more times trying to beat the first boss than I have during my total time with Saros. Has this been your experience? Thanks, y'all. The game is definitely easier, and I think there's a lot of reasons for that. I want to get further into it because I think that there's it's going to be my whole thesis about this game is that, and what I want to kind of predicate the spoiler cast about, ultimately we'll get really into it and be able to spoil it for those that want to come, is it's a reaction to everything that Returnal did. Everything Saros does is a reaction. Nothing is really quite the same. So it truly isn't Returnal 2. Like everyone who thought it was going to be like, oh, it's like maybe even just call it Returnal 2. It's like, it's really not. I mean, like, other than the shooting, third-person shooter, everything else is kind of different. All the trappings, the way the game works, the systems, it felt like they didn't. It felt like they were uncertain if Returnal really worked. I mean, that's kind of the way I look at it. Mm-hmm. And I really think it's going to be a matter of taste. It truly will be like which one you like better. But there's just no doubt in my mind it's a reaction to Returnal as opposed to a spiritual successor or a sequel. It is a direct reaction to it, I think. Dustin, do you have anything else you want to say about Saros?
I completely agree. I mean, Colin, you and I talked about this on the stream Monday, but at least for my preference, I can't say with authority. I haven't done like number stat crunching on the different weapons, but I don't feel like the weapons are balanced at all. Because I would rather stick with a lower level auto rifle that I've maxed out because I have, gone past the level point on it, then pick up some of these other weapons, then like a higher level pistol.
Mhm.
It's like, I know I'm not going to perform as well. The enemies are not going to die as quickly.
I've tried too. It's funny you say that because like I'd be on like level 20 of a machine gun, and then I'll be like level 40 something, and there'll be a pistol, and be like, all right, and then it just sucks.
Yeah, it's like surely this gun will improve because with my stats it should, and it simply doesn't. And maybe it's a play style thing partially. I'm not, some people may do crazy with some of these other weapons. I personally do not. And it sounds like that's the case with you guys too. And so I find that aspect of it really annoying. I actually think that aspect of it is worse than Returnal, because I had the same case with Returnal where there were certain weapons I simply did not like, or I felt like I could not do well with them. And I think this game has there's a larger disparity of weapons that I'm like, I'm never picking that up. Because Colin, you mentioned that you decided to just go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you're fucked, because now you need to try to find the weapon you like again.
And you can it's funny. I know it's all RNG, but you get eventually the thing where you can like reset what you get.
Reroll.
And sometimes you could do it. Yeah, you could do it like 3, 4, 5 times. Yeah. And I almost never get what I want in the reroll either. So it's like, it's so annoying. But oh, well, do you have more to say?
Well, yeah, I did notice, this is just kind of interesting. It was going around on Twitter a few days ago. There's the system in the game, I can't remember what it's called, where you can add modifiers to your runs.
Yeah.
And there's the balance where it's like, these will help you and they cost this amount, but you need to be within this golden window. So you have to add modifiers that make it harder. And there was one where you stack the damage modifier by 3. So you get like 3 times the damage. And then you put on like, you get slightly more of the yellow health bar from like, what is it? Corruption?
Corruption.
Yeah. You get that. And there's like one other small modifier. I put this on the other night just to try it. And it did make things so easy. And then when I booted up the game the next day, they changed it. I was no longer balanced somehow.
Oh, they probably think it's being abused. Yeah. It's funny, man, because that whole system, have you unlocked that system yet, Chris, in your game?
The dial thing?
Yeah.
The
Carcosian, whatever they call it. It's like, this is a major problem for me. Actually, I'll get into this inquiry from John, because I think this gets into it even deeper. He says, I am torn on Saros. I'm hoping I'm not the only one that feels a bit duped by the marketing. From a gameplay standpoint, it is completely immaculate. I agree. But there's no doubt that it is significantly less of a roguelike than Returnal was, and as a result, has much less depth to its systems when you're out on a run. By pivoting the game's currency system to being in-run only, from being in-game only to being able to extract with it back to your hub area, it loses a lot of the magic of Returnal, which felt like each run was a fresh start and the stakes were much higher. In Saros, if I'm having a bad run, I am no longer frantically searching for the next health bed or a unique artifact to purchase, but my attitude is more along the lines of who gives a shit? I'll just take some currency back with me for upgrades anyway. It's beautiful, it's fun, but they drained all the sauce from the formula of the runs to make it more accessible. The marketing made it look like Returnal with deeper combat, but they made too many trade-offs on this one. This is exactly what I said right on the stream, Dustin, which I was like, it is a game where it's like, be careful what you ask for. Because I think they needed to tweak Returnal to make it better. But I think that they went pretty far, like further than I would have imagined that they felt like they needed to go. The big thing about the Carcosian modifiers, whatever they call it. So you unlock that pretty deep into the game. And I was seeing people talk about how there are these accessibility options. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I was thinking that they were just accessibility options like what Sony does, like where you go into the menus and you can just kind of like make it comically easy or whatever. And maybe there are those things. I haven't looked. But what they really meant was that there were these modifier system. And I'm like, what is your intention with the modifier system? What do you want me to do with it? The placement of it indicates that it is a central part of the game and that they intend for you to use them. The intention is for you to actually do it, because they're right next to the map where you quick travel. It's not like it's something you go into. It's like, it's there. It's like, it's beckoning you to look at it. And I agree with you, Dustin. Now I haven't played in a couple of days, so I'll have to get the new patch. I'm sure I already have it, but like, I noticed the same kind of things where it's like, it is cool where it's this meter And if the line goes outside into the red, like you have to make adjustments to make it easier or harder so that you fit into this level system. And I'm like, well, that's not a cheat or accessibility system. This is part of the game.
Yep.
And so, and you're right. Like, so I started playing around with it too and being like, I think what I did was I was like, I'm going to turn off all the Halcyon or whatever pickups, which is like 6 points. And then I can triple my damage output in return for that. And then I can triple my resistance to attack, my defense, by giving away, like you said, like I get more corruption or whatever. And I'm like, this is too easy. And what I started doing was I was like, I feel like I'm cheating when I'm playing with like this. So what I did was, but I was like, I don't want to be dicking around with this game as long as I dicked around with Returnal. It doesn't have the spirit of Returnal. It doesn't even require that. So I'm like, I'm going to only use defensive options. So I was like, I'm going to take less damage and I'm going to give up and I will take more corruption. Like, in other words, I'm working within this subsystem to be like, how can I make it fair?
You have to balance.
I'm breaking the fuck out of this game. And I don't want to.
It's like you have to balance the game.
Right, exactly. And it's like, like this is so weird. Like this is when I'm like, why are you guys making it so easy? That wasn't the spirit. The spirit of growth is what was missing in Returnal. It wasn't the challenge of it. It was that people felt like they were getting nothing when they were dying after an hour. And that's true. You were getting nothing. People are always like, oh, you got like weapon modifications that you can find later. It's like, who gives a shit? Like I just spent an hour and a half on this and I'm going to be weaker when I go back with a pistol and all my health gone and all the rest. And I understand they were like, yeah, let's have like an upgrade system.
Yeah.
Like, why couldn't you just stop there? You know, instead they're like, no, we're going to have this upgrade system. It's going to be massive. You're going to have so much currency, multiple kinds of currency. You're going to make yourself so powerful. And then we're going to have this other thing. And we're going to suggest by gameplay and by its nature in the UX or whatever, that it's central to the game. And we're going to let you break the fuck out of it. It's like, what? Like, because of this, guys, for me, the central mystery of the game is gone. It doesn't matter. There's a lot of stuff where the presentational stuff is all wrong, I think, in the game. Now, this is, again, a matter of taste. Returnal was mysterious and lonely. This game is like constant chatter, talking, cutscenes, interactions with people, bad in-game cutscenes that don't look good.
I like it when you're standing there with your gun.
Yeah.
Talking to someone with 1 foot from their face and he's standing there with his gun.
I gotta say, like, I think the gameplay is great. And I think it's fun to play. I really like playing it. But I kind of, like, everyone was bitching about that IGN score. And I'm like, I mean, it's not, I don't think I would give it a 7 flat, but it's kind of.
It's no more than an 8.
Yeah, like it's not Returnal. It's not Returnal. Like, it's not Returnal.
Yeah.
I can tell you that. I played Returnal for 140 hours. There's no way you could even play this game for that long. Like, how could you even do? That's the whole thing. It's like, anyway.
Yeah. I want to be clear. I like it a lot. I think it's I'm a very gameplay first oriented person. Like, even in Returnal, like, yeah, there was a mystery, but I remember every time I got to that house, I remember I would feel like I would feel like dread, because I knew that I knew that it was gonna try and do some David Lynchian shit and just try to be. It felt, Returnal did feel a little pretentious. This feels more. I'm not saying it was. I'm saying it felt that way. Like, it's just like, oh, look at this. Yeah. Look at the oh, who's the astronaut? You know, like, all it's very mystique and a lot of mystery. This is a lot more straightforward. This is kind of, I don't want to say schlock necessarily, because that's not right, quite the right terminology, but this is more, I guess, what you would see in like a standard. It's more straightforward with the storytelling.
I agree and disagree with that, though. It is more in your face. But at the same time, I'm on the second to last boss, and I'm like, I don't think I really know what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, it's trying to be more upfront, but it's also trying to be mysterious at the same time, and it's storytelling, and it's not working for me.
I agree. It is trying to be both. I also didn't know what the fuck was going on in Returnal either. I didn't care. And I kind of don't care here. The gameplay is great, and I love playing it. I think it's great. I think getting a perfect dodge on like the projectiles and understanding that you've just barely missed it, and like avoiding corruption and absorbing blue blue orbs with the shield and doling it back out. I think all of it is very fun. It's very playable. And I still do think, like, from a gameplay perspective, it is some of the more, kinetic, best. It's some of the best feeling gameplay in Sony first party. I even with all these caveats that we're talking about, that dial system I've been largely ignoring because I'm familiar with this from like the premise of like skulls in Halo, where it's just like, oh, there's difficulty modifiers that you can add, or there's things that make it easy. That's cool. Maybe for like if I play it again, I'll fuck around with this in a little bit more depth. But like, I've been largely ignoring that dial. If anything, I've been adding. So I have my dial up to the point where like it's right on the verge of the red. So I'm making the game like harder for me because I like it. I like it to feel that way. It's frustrating because like they give you many reasons to not do that.
Right.
But
it's funny too, Chris, because like the reason I deferred to defense in the game was because I was like, I did feel like I was taking an enormous amount of damage. Where I'm like, why am I taking so much damage? Am I supposed to be using this? Like, that's my whole conundrum. Is that the idea? This is why I would love to sit down and hopefully I'll get to interview them in the next month or two. Is like, what is this? Like, what was the intention behind all this? It's so reactionary.
It definitely reads like a response. I like it. I like it a great deal. Like I love gameplay. I'm a gameplay person first. So like this is it ticks the boxes for me. I'm sticking with it. I'm thinking about playing it pretty often, which is good. There is like a one more run kind of feel to it. It's a different kind of one more run feel than it was in Returnal. But I'm enjoying my time. I think Returnal is slightly stronger than this, just because I just think I think the parasite system was a little bit better. I think the crushing difficulty was maybe not charming is the right word, but there was a character to it that I thought made everything feel a little bit more accomplished. And by everything feel more accomplished, I mean like everything. I still feel like when I'm done with a boss fight in this, I'm like, ooh, okay, that was fun. I like the way that I like the patterns, and I like what it demands of you. I like that it's a very multitask oriented thing. It's like you got to move and shoot. There's a debuff in the game that like, I can't remember what it is, but it's centered around doing less damage when you're or like it's something about when you're stationary.
Oh yeah, you have to keep moving. Yeah. If you stay still, you do less damage.
Yeah, and I'm like, I always pick that because like I'm never. Who the fuck is staying still in any of these games? But I think it's great. I think it is really good. I just I think there's a lot of trappings around it that feel a little bit less thought out. That feel a little bit too. It feels like they're kind of offloading some of the design on the player by giving them so much control over, modifiers and debuffs and buffs in that dial, particularly, where it just kind of it feels like we can't figure out how to balance this in a way that'll satisfy it. So you figure it out. You figure out what works for you. You figure out how much damage you want to take. You figure out how much damage you want to do. There you go. Which is a little bit,
I just wish I got a little more because, like clarity. Like I want to just ask them directly, and I will hopefully, because there is even when I saw there was a trophy for using the Carcosan modifiers 33 times for 33 runs. It's like, well, like you could theoretically beat the game in 33 runs probably. So like this to me indicates it's like, yeah, they want you to use them, I think. And now, by the way, this is wrapping things up from a long time ago, but you had asked what those gates were called, like the challenge gates, nightmare gates.
Yeah.
Is what they're called. And there are some little interesting Easter eggs in the trophies. I mean, they're not really that exciting, but like that was one of them. Carcosan cartographer, use the Carcosan modifiers to embark upon and survive 33 expeditions. So that's an Expedition 33 reference. There's one for killing 1,995 enemies, I think. I believe that's a reference to 1995, the year, which is when Housemarque was founded. They're the two studios that combined to create Housemarque were called Bloodhouse and Terramark back in the day. And Bloodhouse is the studio that made the original Stardust and Super Stardust. So I think there's that reference. And then there's another one to do, I think, to that, like something about 2021. Let me see if I can find it. And absorb 2021 projectiles using the shield. And that's a reference, I think, to the release date of Returnal. So there's like cool little things like that in there. But Saros, I mean, I want to be clear too, because I feel like I'm being very negative about it. I really think it's great. I just think that Returnal, I feel like Returnal makes you earn it. And I liked that. I liked how much Returnal pissed me off.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't fun in the moment, but looking back at it, I'm like, that's such a unique experience about how it just kept drawing me in. And it was a game where it's like, no, you just have to become good. That's really all you can do. And I was like, and it challenges you. And in this game, it's quite the opposite.
Well, this is the thing where it's Returnal probably had people drop off of it.
Certainly.
Probably far earlier on. And so, a more accessible game doesn't always mean a better game.
We'll see. I'm very curious to learn more about how everyone feels, and we'll obviously get into it on our spoiler cast, like we've said. And it's great to have the game here. I want the game to do well for Housemarque, and I think they're a wonderful studio, but I wonder, maybe you got a little too much into the telemetry with this one. But it's certainly a pleasure to play. And I think for a lot of shit, man, if you were really frustrated with Returnal, but you like third-person kinetic action shooters, I think this game is going to be right up your alley because it's doing everything. It's fixing the entire game basically for you.
I want to be clear too. It's like it's an easy recommend from me. I think it plays great. I just think it feels good to move around and play, and that's what a video game is really.
Sure.
So like, and if you're a third-person shooter fan, like I think it's like there's a lot here. It just plays so good, but yeah, it's a different kind of game. And I think that's fine. But and I didn't write it in because it had been several days, but I also finished Pragmata. So like if we do like a
we'll do that. Dustin's going to handle that. So there'll probably be you guys and Brad and Hogue or something. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, but I finished it. Finish it in 10 hours.
Perfect. Love that.
Love it.
And there's a reason to replay, right? There's a new game plus, I think. At least
there is a new game plus. There's a bunch of stuff that unlocks after you're done. I just wanted to move on to Saros, but like there's reasons to replay it. Yeah,
Capcom's like kind of the master of the replay. They do a really nice job in a lot of their games, whether it's Resident Evil. They did a nice job with Kunitsugami with that. They did a nice job with Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. I love games that were like, go now break it. Resident Evil has always done that, but it's fun for that kind of shit where it's like, now just fucking dick around like a maniac.
Yeah.
All right. I think we all recommend Saros, by the way. I mean, I think with caveats, I think in some ways Saros is going to be most intriguing to people that didn't like Returnal. As weird as that is.
I think a lot of people will like it. You know what they fucked up? Because apparently it's not doing as well. It's because the male protagonist. That's what it is. They should have stuck with the woman.
Yeah, there's that whole other thing that's going on. I still don't really know exactly what's going on with this too. Yes, Celine or whatever. Yeah. Where it's like some people are saying, it's woke because he's Indian. Some people are saying it's woke because there's like I don't want to get into it, but like a storyline. I don't even know if it's really true. That's like, I'm like, come on, guys. Like,
it's getting long in the tooth. This whole
Indians are not allowed to be protagonists in video games. Like, what? Like, I don't. That just seems.
I'm tired, boss.
Seems a little racist, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm tired. All right. That's all we have for what we're playing. So let's get into listener inquiries as we wrap up our episode. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Remember, you submit your inquiries. You've heard them throughout the show. You use the news feed, the thread in the news feed each week. For ours, goes live Wednesdays, deleted Thursday, so you have that time. But they go live for all of the different shows in our network. So keep an eye out, a close eye out. We start with Declan, who wrote in and said, "Hi, Dustin and crew. After listening to your guys' conversation about the pseudo scandal with DRM and true ownership only being with physical, it made me think, is there a better way? I think about the physical owner who buys Intergalactic on disc to play on their PS5 or 6 and then can't play it on the PS Portable. Can we have an honest discussion about tying a physical game to your account and then maybe being able to give up the digital license if or when you decide to sell or trade the physical copy? They send humans to the moon with a calculator computer or something. Surely we can figure this out." This is interesting. This is one of the interesting conundrums of the next gen with PlayStation 6. Should everything be true, and I think it is, that they're going to have a console and a handheld. The handheld will obviously not be able to run your physical games. Maybe there's going to be a solution to that about some sort of tethering. What does this look like, Dustin? Would you have any idea about how this might be done? I mean, is there even just generally, like, you wouldn't be able to like do something, a console wouldn't be able to mark the disc somehow, right? Like,
no,
it would have to burn it somehow, right? Like, it's just not possible to interact with it reminds me of, I always said about Final Fantasy VII when I bought my PS1 and I didn't understand why I couldn't save on the disc.
Right.
Yeah.
So what do you do about this? Like, I don't, or maybe they're just looking at it and being like, that's kind of your problem. Most people buy these games digitally. For most of our audience, it's not going to be an issue at all. And by the way, PSP and especially Vita were digital ecosystems 2 decades ago.
Yeah, they're not going to have a solution. They're going to use it as a way to push physical or digital, I would imagine.
Yeah, I don't think Sony wants to have a solution to this, but I think they completely could. And it's exactly what Declan lays out here, I think, for the most part, is that I could see a solution where if you want to play a physical game on your PlayStation 6 portable, whatever it's called, you have to have that disc in a console that is online, and you also must have your portable online, and it will do a check to see if it's in that console. And then it will let you install it and play it, but it has to do that check every time. I would like, that's the only thing that I would assume Sony would be okay with doing, because it is a check to make sure that person has that game. But are they going to put in the effort to do that when they don't want you playing physical games? They want you buying stuff from the PlayStation Store where they get the full cut? No, I'd be very shocked if they put in the effort to take care of not the largest, but a significant portion of their audience. And so, yeah, it's highly annoying to me, but I will deal with that problem and that conundrum when it comes.
Yeah, I just don't. It's even that solution to me sounds like it sounds like it would work, but it also sounds like from their perspective, if Sony really is in this position where they're kind of trying to be we've talked about it before, where they kind of want to they want to position themselves as the Apple of this space and make like really intuitive and like really like high quality machines and software. That solution feels too clunky for them to consider. Like, there's a lot of steps to explain, and then also like it is just one of those things where it's just like, well, if you want access to this on portable, then you just buy digital. Or and from their perspective, they'll be like, even if people want to buy physical, they might get people to double dip. That's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and so they would sell the disc presumably afterwards. But like, yeah, I don't think it's a solution. I don't think it's a problem that they're particularly keen on even trying to solve.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Because I think this is not going to be an issue for a lot of people, but it's going to be made into an issue. I'm telling you. Like, this is definitely one of those physical beachheads that people don't want to give up. And I get it, to each their own. But I think Sony has enough data to know that, like, even in the Vita era, and this is what I was saying, certainly PSP always had digital games. UMD was big, but there were a lot of digital and digital only games on PSP. But by the time you got the Vita, there were, and there are, physical collectors, but most of those games were sold digitally, no doubt. And so they're even then be like, if you want a handheld, you're kind of on the go. I think you get it, what this is like. But they're gonna have to figure out something to do here, and I don't know what else they can do. But it's certainly one of those things that needs to be fixed. I can't wait to see the fucking handheld. I want to see like how big it is. Like, how big is this bad boy going to be? All right. Dustin Stasic wrote in, said, "Hey fellas, Colin, I am mad at your take RE Sony's new DRM, but it is not for the reason you may think. I completely agree that pearl clutching over online requirements is ridiculous and that we should all be angry at dirtbag behavior that causes companies to make sweeping changes like this. It always comes down to DBS. Dirtbag shit. What angers me is the obvious solution was overlooked by like everyone. If the issue is truly refund abuse, fix the refund system. You can't go to Kohl's and get a refund for a pair of pants without returning said pants. If someone has installed a game they want to refund, require the console to be online and the game uninstalled before processing the refund. Why would Sony implement a more complex solution like this time gate DRM where the path of least resistance is just sitting there begging to be taken? Because you're right in that there needs to be a refund system that works on PSN, and it should be something that they work on closely. And there's reasons why I think they don't do it, and I can explain what I think those reasons are. But you're ignoring the problem that people are taking the game offline and playing it. If and when they go back online, why would they care if they lost access to it? At that point, they're like, okay, I'm back online now. I abused the system. I played the game, and you can have it back.
Yeah.
So I played it for free. It doesn't solve that problem.
Well, no, I think it does.
How?
Because the idea is that you cannot process that refund unless you're online. So you wouldn't be able to do that.
Well, this is where I think he's half right, though, Dustin, is that he's saying like solve the problem is that it seems, first of all, it's totally amorphous. It seems like it's only for certain games. I think what he's saying is that if you have like maybe a time limit or a clock that would be read very similar to Steam, even if you're offline, when you're back online to get the refund, it's like, well, you played the game. I mean, I guess you could do that, but that's not what's happening. So yeah, you're right. Is that the end solution is to force the person back online? But by that point, the person has already played it, right? So I guess then you would decline the refund?
If I understand this, for PlayStation, what they do is that they buy the game, install it, go offline, and all the refund stuff is done offline, and they will approve the refund while you're offline.
I see.
So the idea that I think Dustin here is bringing up is the idea is like, in order to approve and process the refund, your PlayStation must be online so they can yoink that out.
It's interesting. They do need to create a more cogent refunding system. I do understand why they don't, though. The one thing that I think people ignore about the refund system on Steam, and I've never used it, but I assume it works like this, is that you have this certain time, like, 2-hour play period or whatever. I think because they're a private company and they don't have to be beholden to shareholders and they can lose a little bit of money doing things, is that the credit card not chargeback, but the credit card fees for giving people's money back has to be substantial for Steam. You buy a game and then they have to refund you a month later when you decide to play it for an hour and whatever the case might be. And it's like, well, they already paid for that credit transaction, and now that they pay for another credit transaction, I guess what I'm saying is that I get like this can easily turn into many millions of dollars a year of just refund transaction, just refunding people. And Sony doesn't want to lubricate the wheels, I don't think, for that. They want you to be like, just be careful about what you're buying. Maybe it would be easier for them to have some sort of solution like Steam, but I've said before, I think the 2-hour play thing is a little too generous. If anything, I just think every game should have a demo. Now and maybe it's just like a timed thing where you actually get a certain amount of access to the game for free. And then maybe it's a half an hour or an hour, and it's like, all right, do you want to play it? Pay the price, or we're deleting the package or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how you would do it. But it is annoying that like you have to, we learned this, I think, really with Cyberpunk with a lot of people, where it's like, you really kind of have to go out of your way to find, like, to figure this out. There's no way to do it, I don't think, on the console.
No.
So they should fix the system to make it more accessible. But I think the system is easily abused and it shouldn't be as open as Steam's. That's my opinion. Oh, hi, Mike wrote in and said, hey, Fat. Interesting what if scenario I'd love you to look at with me. The new 007 game coming out at the end of the month. About the 007 game coming out at the end of the month. In simple terms, back in 1999, Columbia Pictures, owned by Sony, relinquished their rights to create 007 films and in return acquired the full right films to Spider-Man from MGM. I didn't really know anything about this. I went and read about it last night. It's true. In a way, it's a massive butterfly effect moment for PlayStation. And in an alternate universe where this didn't happen and Sony still held the 007 rights, what do you think PlayStation would have done with the Bond franchise? Obviously, in the PS4 era, Insomniac was the studio that took the helm on Spider-Man, but what studio would have been your pick to make Bond games? Would Naughty Dog be the Bond studio and Uncharted never exist? Love to hear your vision of this new timeline. P.S. Colin, I'm a longtime listener and you are responsible for my love of Dredge. Hoping one day to see them live, or we can at least get the next album before the world ends. Thank you. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you for writing in, Mike. first of all, do you guys know anything about this story? Because I know that Sony acquired the Spider-Man rights and all the rest, but like I didn't know the full thing about the 007 stuff. Did you guys?
No,
I didn't know
this. Let me see if I can.
I know very little about 007 in general. Like that's not like a series or like an IP that I've meaningfully interacted with. So like I definitely did not know the ins and outs of like the behind the scenes negotiations.
Yeah, it says in 1997, the Sony Corporation acquired all or some of McClory's rights in an undisclosed deal, which were then subsequently acquired by MGM. So I get what's interesting here is that like what's funny about this, first of all, is that in that era of Sony 007 Bond stuff, the big 007 game came out on N64. And I guess what I'm saying is that I don't know that there was I don't know that Sony ever looked at it as there being an obvious play for Bond games. Because if they did, we would have seen them on PS1, you would assume, right? So that doesn't really, that doesn't hold for me. In other words, this Bond game looks great. That's coming out at the end of the month. It's the first Bond game has the potential of being really great since GoldenEye. I mean, now I liked some of the games, like I liked Nightfire and some of these other things, but they're not great games by any stretch of the imagination. Not even remotely, a little bit.
They're not all time by any means.
So I don't know if you guys agree with that, but I just think 007. Now, I'm not a big 007 guy either. I did know Nick Scarpino at Kind of Funny. He's a huge Bond guy. I've not even seen most of the Bond movies. I grew up in the Pierce Brosnan era. So I'm very familiar with those movies, which is like a 6 or 7 year run. And then I've never seen any of the Daniel Craig stuff. So, and I saw some of the older stuff with Sean
Connery,
Sean Connery and so on. There's that Dalton one that like he did it like one movie or two movies. So there's and the books, they come from books. I mean, there's this whole thing I don't know anything about. But I guess my answer to the question, Mike, is that I just don't know that there would be Bond games.
Yeah,
like, I don't think
it even still remains to be seen whether or not. I mean, I think the new 007 looks great. I'm really jonesing for it. I'm hearing a lot of good things about it, and I am excited. But I'm wondering like how big of a draw 007 even really is today. You know, like whether or not it even matters. Like, could they have just made a spy game? You know what I mean? Like, could the Hitman devs, like from the creators of Hitman, could they have made an original kind of spy thriller kind of action game and done about as well? Undoubtedly, it's going to do better because it's Bond. But like, I don't see many people talking about James Bond really ever. I agree with you. I don't know the power of that IP in the game space outside of GoldenEye.
I wonder though, like, did the deal work out for Sony? Like, is Spider-Man theatrically bigger than Bond?
Yes.
Like the Daniel Craig Bond movies?
I look, I could be talking out of my ass here.
I should look.
I very deeply assume that Spider-Man is more profitable than James Bond.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you include, I don't know what Sony gets if they get like merchandise and toy rights as well, particularly for those movies.
Right.
As well.
Yeah, like I can't imagine Bond being bigger. Maybe at a point in time. Although I don't even know if that's true, because like even like the first Tobey movie was huge, massive. So I don't.
Yeah, you're right. Like I think they probably. It's not so cut and dry, but they definitely made more money with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So. Let's see, worldwide box. Yeah, definitely. Well, worldwide box office. So since the deal went through, they made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Spider-Man movies with Sony. Yeah. So it's like the Raimi films are worldwide grosses of 825 million, 784 million, 891 million. The Mark Webb ones are 758 and 716. The cinematic ones, like the Marvel cinematic ones, are 880, 1.132 billion. 1.9 billion. And then the animated ones are 390 and 690. The Daniel Craig movies, there's only 5 of them. And the worldwide gross is 240, 291, 273, 331, 348.
Yeah.
So they're big movies, but they definitely got the better end of the deal. And by the way, that deal cost them $10 million.
That's so crazy.
But I didn't know that Bond was part of that deal.
I didn't know either.
But that makes sense why like the Bond movies stopped for a while. Because Brosnan was big.
Yeah.
I remember that. I remember Dagan saying that when I was a kid. It was his movies were kind of the revival of 007. Like 007 kind of sputtered for a minute. I think that's when in the 80s they brought in that guy that like played Bond once and also they didn't really know what to do.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Anything else to add on this topic before we go?
No. I'm really excited about that new game though.
Me too. I'm looking forward to playing it as well. It looks like Hitman meets Uncharted.
Yeah.
So I'll take it. Not So Jimbo wrote in and said, "Good day, sluts of Sony. I recently completed Lies of P on my PS Portal, and I'm now 100% convinced that all games need some sort of difficulty setting. I've tried to complete several FromSoft games over the years, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Demon Souls, etc. I've always enjoyed my time with them and often progressed past the halfway point, but I've usually hit a wall or become frustrated and moved on. The same would have happened to me with Lies of P, but after getting stuck on a boss for an hour, I simply bumped the difficulty down to normal, beat the boss, and progressed on. I even bumped the difficulty back up to hard again for most of the game, only bumping it down here and there. I can't help but think that games like Sekiro and Bloodborne would benefit from having this option as well. Options and accessibility are a good thing, and games that don't embrace this will no longer be bought by me. Saros is now next on my list to play after enjoying, but struggling a lot with Returnal. Do you agree with that? In this modern age, there really isn't any excuse for developers to not include some kind of difficulty or accessibility options in their game. Choke on these nuts."
Oh,
wow.
He finishes off.
An aggressive finish to that, I would say.
Dustin, I thought you might have strong opinions on this.
Yeah, I think this comes down to what the developers want to do. And, well, oh yeah, not so Jimbo. I totally respect your decision or your desire to want an easy mode, because a game like Lies of P, which, dude, what are you doing playing Lies of P on the Portal? Just to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
That's insane to me. But I mean, God bless, respect for doing that. But that might have been part of the reason why you need an easy mode, just saying, with that level of lack of latency or lack thereof. You know what I mean? It's not ideal for that kind of game. So I think that From Software very deliberately designs their games around this. And outside of Sekiro, Bloodborne, Demon Souls, Elden Ring, all have ways that you can make the game easier. For sure. If you desire to do so. But it's not through an easy mode. It's through going and leveling up, getting better weapons, grinding out a little bit. And to me, that's just like, I respect I'm trying to think if there's a game that I wish had an easy mode that didn't. I guess I'm just like, I don't want to demand a creator to make something or not. And I'm not saying he is. I mean, he's choosing not to buy it, so that's making a statement about it. But I guess I see the vision with these games behind their difficulty, and I respect what they're doing. And it might not work for everybody, and that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in agreement. I feel like, he says there's no excuse for developers not to do it. It's like, there's one really good excuse, which is, I don't want to. Which from
that's
like
our
a creative
intended way for you to play this game.
Right.
Yeah, it's the intended way. Like Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom don't have easy modes or like hard modes. It's just what the game is, as far as I know. I maybe I'm wrong. Nope. I don't interact with those games too deeply, to be fair, and it's been a while. But like, I don't remember being given a choice when I started Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. The game just is what it is, and in a lot of cases, games that are designed that way are better because they only have to focus on one type of difficulty, as opposed to other games where like you think of games where, it's like easy, normal, hard, and like easy's too easy, and like legendary is like unbalanced, it's ridiculous hard, or like, regardless of whether or not you have options, there's always going to be a developer preferred way to play, or there's always going to be like a prime difficulty that is ultimately what the game holistically is. For Halo, it's heroic. For I think Call of Duty has one too. There's like canon difficulties or whatever. So there's always going to be the one that you should be playing anyway. And if you play any of those games on easy, you're missing out on like a lot of what makes those games tick. Like if you're making respectfully, like if you're playing on Halo on easy mode or whatever, and you're dumbing down the AI, it's like the AI is like one of the most impressive things about that game. Like you're robbing yourself of a pretty specific experience by doing it. So like, I understand why developers have single focus difficulties. I understand why some choose to give you choice as well. Accessibility is good, gets more people playing, but I don't know. I think ultimately it's a matter of what the developer wants to do, and if they think that's too big of a compromise, then that's fine.
It's worth adding too that I don't think every developer can get away with, slapping their dick on the table and saying you'll play it our way. I think From Software is in a unique position that, at least for their audience and the people who love their game, which is in the millions, they have made that part of their appeal and part of the balance and design of the game. So, I guess it's worth saying I agree with you, Chris, too, that it's like I think easy modes are a good thing overall. And I've used easy modes before for games. I don't default to easy mode when I play a game almost ever.
Yeah, never.
But I have used easy modes before in the past, and I am often glad that they exist. But I respect the developer intent as well, if that's desired and earned.
Yeah. Portal is another game that I think of as like, I don't think that has a difficulty either. I just think, I think, I generally look at easy mode as like, that's the option if you want to get like a child to play, or like like a grandparent to like ease them in, you know what I mean? Just to introduce them in a way that's like not so serious or like not so high stakes. They can experiment a little bit. In rare occasions, if I'm struggling with like a boss or something and I'm just spending like too much time on it, I'm just like, I'm whatever. I'm bumping this down one, and then I'll bump it back up when I'm done. I've done that before, like for sure, just for the basic element of just saving time. But I don't think it's necessary for everything.
Blue Moose wrote in, said, "Hey, super sacred studs." I was gonna say sluts.
Oh.
I was blown away by seeing Nintendo randomly drop an entire direct with basically 5 minutes notice just to reveal a new Star Fox game. New in quotes. That's for me. I put the new in quotes. It felt like such an old school internet breaking moment where everyone immediately stopped what they were doing to tune in. Do you think Sony would ever do something similar for a major first party reveal, or are they too locked into the announce everything ahead of time marketing cycle now? I feel like something like a surprise Sly Cooper Resistance or even a new Astrobot reveal with no buildup would completely melt the internet. Love all the amazing content and stay sexy, my friends. I mean, these kind of reveals do happen. Things just randomly appear on social media, a trailer randomly appears, all the rest. The Nintendo thing I think is unique because this seems to have been done from my perspective to injure an insider, right? Like a leaker, it seems like perhaps. I mean, that seems to be what they were doing. And that comes on the back of word kind of circulating that these things are happening more with Nintendo. And I don't cover Nintendo at all, so I don't know what's true and what's not. I don't talk to anyone there, but that they are making moves to kind of try to figure out who's leaking their shit. And I'm sure other companies are trying to do the same. So I thought that was more interesting from that perspective, because I think that this was leaked to have happened and then it didn't end up happening, and people like thought that the leaker was lying, and then randomly this thing is dropped. So clearly he had good inside track. I don't know that I really believe that. I think there's a lot to. I don't know if you gain anything from doing this, actually. Like, what would be the quantifiable thing you would gain? I guess being forced to be exposed to it. Like, you have no choice but to not tune in. If you're on social media or whatever and the Star Fox thing is happening, there it is. It's there. Like, you can't avoid it. But why wouldn't you want to alert someone to there being more information about this thing, and then you let people know, and then more people find out? It's not like shadow dropping a game, which I think is different and can work. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I know it was annoying for everyone involved with punching up. So
yeah, it wasn't fun. I think Nintendo in this case is a unique game. Not that the game is unique. It's the positioning of the game is unique. Star Fox, this is not a spoiler at this point, is in the Mario Galaxy movie. They showed him off before the movie came out.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that.
Yeah.
Not putting him in. It's cool as he's in. Why reveal him?
That's
so the Mario Galaxy movie came out about a month ago in the US, 2 weeks ago in Japan. It's still fresh on people's mind. There is an entire new generation of kids that was introduced to Star Fox, and maybe Nintendo isn't ready to do a Nintendo Direct, but they want to capitalize on this moment right now where Star Fox is somewhat in the public conscious. Be like, hey, you saw the movie a few weeks ago. You remember him. You like him. Here you go. New game. Now, I guess they could have announced the day before, like, we have a Star Fox Direct tomorrow. But I kind of like I wouldn't want everything to be like this, but hey, surprise, we're doing this right now. If you're available right now, come check it out. If not, you can watch the trailer whenever. Nintendo's marketing has been different, though, in the Switch 2 generation in a few different aspects. Particularly, like, there's a new Splatoon game coming out. It has never been featured in a Nintendo Direct. It was announced on their app, and then randomly a few weeks ago, they're like, oh, here's what it is. It's a single-player Splatoon game. Here's a trailer and kind of like a direct-like presentation and a release date. Very interesting for what's now a big IP for Nintendo. So Nintendo's moving a little different, and it's been hard to figure out exactly why. But the Star Fox thing, I think, is just a synergy marketing moment.
Star Fox. By the way, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. I don't find him that unsettling looking because I feel like they've always looked like this. Like,
yeah.
Well,
going back to like the old Nintendo Power shit and stuff like that. Like they always looked unsettling and fucking weird.
Right. I just think because you have the movie version of him and then you have the game, the movie version is a lot more, I guess, like appealing. Dude, his neck looks crazy, dude.
Yeah.
His neck looks insane in the game. Like it looks like he's got a bit of a triple chin going on, but it's like covered by fur. Like it just looks very odd to me. Compared to like the movie render that they have of him. And even just like his render in Smash and other things. It's whatever. It's not the biggest deal. It's like you said, it's always looked unsettling to some degree. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not the biggest Star Fox person, so like it means very little to me. In fact, when everybody was talking about like, I can't believe they spoiled that Star Fox is in the Mario movie, I'm like, is that do people give a shit?
Yeah, I mean,
like I was really,
I don't know. I missed that entire IP. I played it years and years later, and I remember being like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Star Fox guy, I will admit. The most interesting thing that ever happened with Star Fox was when they randomly released Star Fox 2 a few years ago, which ironically was made by Q Games, wasn't it?
Oh, wasn't that like an abandonware thing? Or
it was just really late, and I think they just didn't want to release it.
That is actually interesting. I remember Star Fox Adventures on the GameCube. People had a big issue with that. And then I remember, really the only thing I know about Star Fox is that he's in Smash. I don't have any other real exposure to him other than Smash Brothers.
Yeah, he's not one. Star Fox is not one of the important franchises to me. I'm a big Star Fox Adventures fan. Remember that game, Dustin?
Yeah. I've never played that.
It started out as a dinosaur planet or whatever the fuck, and then they made it.
Yeah,
Star
you're on a
Fox
dinosaur
game with like
planet.
5 seconds left.
There was like a girl fox or something.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what the fuck.
Yeah, it was. I think I said this before that my memory of that is I went to Coinstar and dumped a bunch of. It was like the summer after high school, and I went and I had like a bunch of coins, and I went into Coinstar and like dumped them all in, and then used the money to buy Star Fox Adventures. Probably not the best use of my money. All right. But it was on GameCube. I had to own everything on GameCube, of course.
Right. Naturally.
Patrick Garrison wrote in with a final inquiry. He says, greetings, gents. I'm a big fan of Bungie and have a long history with their games, but initially avoided Marathon because extraction shooters have always felt a little too intimidating. After seeing gameplay and hearing the glaze from Chris and Dustin, I bought Marathon about 2 weeks ago, and lo and behold, my friend and I are obsessed with it and can't put it down. And this is coming from someone who almost always plays single-player games nowadays. My question is this. Am I the only one that feels like there's absolutely zero marketing push from PlayStation? With the discourse online around its low player counts, I can't help but feel like Sony's silence might be part of the problem. With all of Sony's resources, I'm shocked that I haven't seen more TV ads, pop-ups on social media sites, etc. This feels unfortunate because Bungie really has something special with this game. What say you? I'm curious what you guys think about this. I do agree that I don't quite understand why you would invest in the studio in the game if you weren't going to try to sell it. And I've just from my own perspective, and I think I said this at the time, Marathon has like no presence on PSN.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know that's not where most of its player base is, but it's your game. Why aren't you plastering this place? Does it matter? I don't know. Is it more lucrative for them to use those positions on the store for others that they buy those positions and they realize like maybe it's not really worth it? We don't really make that much money. We can make more by letting other people sell their games there. I don't know, but I am a little surprised by a seeming lack of push for this game. I don't know that it's to blame. I don't know that it would have mattered, but you would have certainly gotten more. And maybe they think it's like a losing play. Doesn't matter what we do. This is what it is, but it is a little confusing. What do you think, Chris?
My feeling is that they're saving marketing pushes for seasonal updates and for like new seasons. I would imagine that by the time season 2 rolls around, which I would imagine is I think early to mid June is like generally like the slated time. I'm not sure exactly. I think I was streaming like a day or two ago and somebody said 30 days to season 2. So I think like early June is probably when season 2 is going to kick up. And I would imagine that if they're going to make a marketing push, it'll be for that, because that's going to be new seasons for extraction shooters are generally seen as like the new entry points. It's what separates it from a game like Destiny or like other live service games where people are building up their shit forever and ever. And it kind of leads to a consistent state of FOMO or like a consistent state of like, no matter when you jump in, you're kind of behind because everybody has so many more hours than you. Extraction shooters work on like kind of like a cycle basis where like at the end of a season, there's a wipe and then everybody starts at square one again. And so I would imagine that using a marketing beat for the middle of a season is probably not that smart relative to just saving that for when there's actually new content to bring in, when people aren't insanely ahead, and when a bunch of new balancing changes come in, when a bunch of new stuff is added. I think that's the wiser time to do it, and they might be saving it for that. The other thing too is that like now I wonder when they're going to start doing that, because I don't know what the general decorum is in this space. I'm relatively new to following extraction shooters, so I don't know exactly like how long before a season they start marketing that season. But I am curious as to when we're going to start seeing more stuff about that season 2, because they've been pretty responsive. They're fixing a lot of stuff. They're like constantly implementing like experimental playlists. They're responding to feedback really, really quickly. So like I would imagine that season 2 is going to bring with it some fairly substantial changes to it. And I think, I don't know. I would imagine that that's where the marketing beats are going to happen. So I don't know if it's that surprising. I do think it's weird that in and of itself, it's like the presence is lacking on PlayStation. I do think that's weird, but a full marketing push, I think you save that.
What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah. Well, the reality is, I mean, Chris was touching on this, is that now is not a very good time for a new player to get into Marathon, because
you're deep in.
Everyone's going to be, because of the ecosystem of players, once you get outside of the beginner matchmaking, everyone is going to be very kitted. And the next month that you invest in the game is going to get reset on June. It doesn't matter whether you were there on launch day or if you start playing the day before season 2 starts, it's going to wipe your account. So it's not really a good time to market it. And so I think Chris is right that with season 2 coming, it'll be a good time to rev things up again. I do think, though, there is some degree that even when it came out, there's a little bit of a lack of confidence from Sony with this game. And as someone who loves the game, and I looked a few minutes ago, I have 170 hours, got the platinum the other day.
Oh, nice.
So I can understand why maybe Sony wasn't very confident in this game. With all of the, the controversies we talked about, the reception to the alpha and beta that are night and day different looking from the game now. And I think also the more I've played, I think Marathon was coming in a little hot, especially from what originally Marathon was supposed to be and what it changed into, and the director changing. I think there was a lot of changes that came pretty close to that first alpha And so I could see them being a little skittish about it. And also, dude, just the amount of people that bought it and then bounced off of it was clearly an indication, at least to me, that the onboarding process of the game is not very good. And it's also that they spend a lot of money making a game in a niche genre that is not going to be for everybody. Yeah, that's actually, I think, the most baffling thing to me about Marathon is that this idea where it's like, oh, battle royale's on the wane. Is it possible that extraction shooters are going to be the next battle royale? And I could see that, but I don't think that's true inherently just based on what extraction shooters are. They are too high stakes. They are too punishing to be multi-$100 million plus games, $300 million, whatever they spent.
They're very hardcore. And it's even Arc Raiders, is it's not at all where it used to be. And that's not surprising. It's like it's a very intense genre. I think they've made a brilliant game, but it is inherently going to have a smaller, more dedicated kind of hardcore audience. I've noticed anecdotally too. Just I've had people randomly just hit me up from like people that I know but like don't know that well. Hey, I just bought Marathon. So it's like there's a weird slow thing going on. And I do think, again, I've likened it to Rainbow Six Siege a lot, and I think a very similar thing will happen with this. I don't think it'll be the same degree of success because, again, Rainbow Six Siege is a very, very different game. It's a lot more accessible in many ways. But I just think this is a game that has inherent seasonal beats built into it. I think it is a slow burn, and I think it's just objectively a very good game. And so, I think the people who play it are going to stick with it, and I think the people who don't get it will just not get it.
Yeah, I think it's inherently very hardcore. Like, I agree with you, Chris. I also think there's an element that it's not as hardcore as people treat it.
That is true.
I think there's a loot loss fear where it's like, there's too much of an emphasis when people lose stuff that they feel like they don't want to play anymore. And it's like, dude, it's maybe if you came kitted with gold stuff, insane loadout, then yeah, that sucks. But it's like getting loot back is really not that big of a
It's
deal.
very trivial, yeah. And they're rolling out so many experimental accessible playlists. They had like an entire free kit Dire Marsh playlist for like 2 straight weeks. And it was like a really great way to just kind of jump in and interact with the sandbox without risking anything, with a chance of like getting some stuff. They're doing a new thing now where they're like upping. They're doing the same experiment on the opening map with better kits for free. So it's like you've got like the floor for a starter kit is like higher than it used to be in the beginning months, which is good because it gives you like the weapons that feel good, at the very least. Like you've got attachments on it. You're not dealing with the base guns that all kind of feel bad intentionally because you're supposed to customize them into feeling good. But yeah, I mean, they're working really hard, and I'm wondering. I'm really curious as to what these seasonal beats are going to be, because one thing is clear to me, and it's that you can maintain a game like this for relatively cheap for a while. I think the way that they've implemented the storytelling in Marathon, and the way that they're going about telling that narrative, and the way that they're going about throwing new content in, and how quickly they're able to respond to certain things, it doesn't strike me. It doesn't strike me as a Destiny level expense where like for every new expansion, people were expecting, motion captured cutscenes, an entirely new zone with RPG elements thrown in, like an entirely new system thrown in, like a couple of PvP maps. Like that's a massive expense. But building a new map every 2 seasons or something with like a story that's told primarily through like still images and text logs and audio vignettes, it just strikes me as a very lean game to support. I don't know if that's true. Like it reads that way to me. Knowing how expensive Destiny was and knowing how much production value was placed into Destiny in like the parts that were like obvious, they're very different animals. And so I don't know. I wonder. I'm curious what's going to happen with it, because It's definitely not the runaway success that they wanted it to be, and it's definitely not like this million, millions of players day one. It's not 100 million players like Battlefield wanted on day one. So like, I'm curious where they're going to end up with it. But
we want the whole population of Canada and Mexico together playing this game at the same time.
Yeah.
Well,
insane.
We'll be monitoring Marathon. Yeah, I think its chance of a second life will come when it's rebooted in June or whatever, and they wipe everyone and start again. So we'll see. Yeah. But that's all. That's it. That's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols. A productive and thorough episode, I thought. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Any big plans for the rest of your day?
I don't know. I'm getting there's a huge group chat. Dude, I've been having this thing. I don't know what's wrong. I don't get group texts until like a day later or something. Like there'll be a group chat going on, and then like a couple hours later or like a day later, I get every message at once, and it's a fucking nightmare. I have Verizon. I don't know if other people in the audience are having this problem. There's nothing wrong with the phone. Like I have storage, so it's not like a memory issue. I have no earthly idea what's going on.
Interesting,
but it's really annoying.
It's probably for the best. I'm sick of these.
Well, yeah,
chats.
but like, so I might have something to do today, but I don't. I'll check. I'll catch up on 50 messages.
The video you sent me, by the way, the other day was really funny with the homeless guy.
Oh yeah, give him a hand, guys. Homeless dude.
Yeah, homeless dude.
Dude, that video has tickled me so deeply. I like it
because a few days before that, I sent Chris a picture of Robert RFK catching the Starling or whatever in the airport, and he just got it in his hands. Like
insane people.
Well, Godspeed to you, Chris. Good to see you as always.
You too,
Dustin. Goodbye to you. Anything to share before we go?
I think my mom is here helping. Holly and her are working on the baby's room. I think they have a dresser or something that they're painting or something. So check in on that. And this weekend, I'm so excited for this stream that's happening now for listeners. Because once I do this final thing, once we fight the compiler, I can let go of Marathon for the time being. It's like the final. So I got to finish the fight, as Bungie once said.
Right.
Yeah, so
that's right.
Can let it go, but that's about it for me.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have, I got to record tomorrow, and I'm going to probably go for a walk with the dogs after this. And let's see what else. I want to finish Saros. I got to kind of get that out of the way. I want to get into Pragmata. Just kind of want to clean my plate in the next couple of weeks as we're going to be getting into another glut of games with Mina, 007, and so on coming out. So. Got to be mindful of all that, but otherwise, just hanging out there, hanging out and hanging in there. I should say. I'm not hanging out there. That doesn't make any sense. All right, my boys. It's good to be here with you again, and good to be here with all of you out there. I hope you enjoyed yourselves today. Thank you for being here. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access, and LastStandMedia.store for merch. And of course, buy Saint Slayer on a platform of your choice. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.